You guys ever wonder why there's no good cat food restaurants?
Well, I actually opened a cat sushi bar once. It was a bit of a catastrophe.
Wait, for cats or made of cats?
Let's just say it had 9 lives.
Haha. Manfred, you're so weird. I bet you $1,000 that you can't cook us up some delicacies from that cat sushi place right now. Yeah, do it. Because there's no way this is real.
Wasn't your last job selling ice cream to Eskimos in Alaska? How'd that work out for you?
Surprisingly well, Leo. Once they tried it, they couldn't get enough. It turns out frozen polar bear tears are quite the delicacy.
Alright, Kelly, challenge accepted. Prepare yourselves for the finest cat sushi this side of the moon.
You know, Leo, I've been thinking. Maybe I should try my hand at writing comedy too. You're not the only one who can be funny around here.
Oh, really? And when was the last time you made someone laugh that wasn't at your own expense? No, seriously, Kelly, I'd love to hear about your budding career as a stand-up comedian or sitcom writer.
Well, there was that one time at work when I accidentally stapled my finger and everyone laughed. But okay, fine, maybe it's just a daydream of mine. Can't blame me for wanting some fame.
Alright, guys. I've got a story idea, but it needs some workshopping.
Wait, why do we need to workshop your story? Can't you just write it yourself?
See? That's exactly what I'm talking about. We're supposed to be supportive of each other's creative endeavors. But instead, Manfred always has to turn everything into an argument. It's like he enjoys being difficult.
Okay. Let's calm down for a second. My story is about a guy who wakes up one day and realizes he has the power to control time. Did you guys hear the news? The local amateur comedy competition began today.
Perfect. I'll just work my charm and win without even telling a joke. Besides, who needs talent when you've got charisma?
What is this charisma you speak of? Can I buy it at the grocery store?
Manfred, sometimes I think your only job on earth is to make me feel like a genius.
Speaking of jobs, guess who just landed an interview for that high-level executive position?
Kelly, last week you panicked about whether you could handle managing a lemonade stand. How are you going to run an entire company?
Well, Leo, they say fake it till you make it.
Ooh. That's what I did with learning how to swim. It worked after the 5th attempt.
See, Leo. If Manfred can do that, then surely I can conquer corporate America.
Well, good luck conquering anything while still being afraid of automatic hand dryers and public restrooms.
You know what they say. Fortune favors the bold. Or was it bulls?
Guys, guess what? I just got a job at that new hot dog place down the street. Yeah, my qualifications included being able to say, "Would you like fries with that?" With a straight face.
Are you serious? That place has been open for like a week, and it's already going downhill. You know they're desperate when they hire the guy who once convinced himself he was allergic to ketchup. I mean, really, Nick, this can't be the best idea you've come up with lately.
Well, actually, there are several ways to efficiently serve food in a fast food environment. For example,
Oh, please enlighten us, Professor Coffee. What's next? A lecture on the history of the spork? Although I must admit, that would probably still be more interesting than your average workday.
as I was saying before, rudely interrupted by Sir Sarcasm here, employee-customer interaction is crucial for speedy service. But since we're talking about Nick here, maybe don't engage too much. We wouldn't want traffic jams inside the restaurant. I don't know, guys. I have this big meeting tomorrow with Mr. Johnson, and I just can't shake the feeling that something's going to go wrong.
Kelly, you've been preparing for weeks. You're practically an expert on Mr. Johnson and his company.
Yeah, but what if he asks a question I haven't prepared for? What if my mind goes blank?
Oh, come on. You worry too much, Kelly. Just wing it like the rest of us do in life.
Winging it isn't really the best advice for someone who's prone to overthinking everything. Besides, when has spontaneity ever worked out well for you, Nick?
Excuse me. My charm gets me out of plenty of sticky situations. Take last week when I had that parking ticket. One smooth conversation later and it was like I never parked there in the first place. Guys, I have a genius plan. We're gonna make millions. So listen up, Kelly. You know how you're always whining about your insecurities? Well, I'm gonna start a new trend. Insecurity is the new confidence.
What? That doesn't even make sense.
Actually, it could work. The more insecure people feel, the more they will want to buy products to fix their insecurity. It's like reverse psychology or something.
But what kind of products?
I don't know yet, but we'll figure it out. We'll be rich.
I don't think this is such a good idea.
Come on, Kelly, Nick's plan isn't any crazier than your claim that you were once a Ninja Warrior champion.
Hey. That was one time in college and I was really drunk.
See? If we can sell that story as true, we can sell anything.
And just think of all the material I could get for my next article about our crazy scheme. You won't believe what Manfred did this time. He tried to make his own homemade energy drink with a bizarre combination of ingredients.
Oh, I can only imagine. Maybe he's secretly an alien trying to create a new fuel source for his spaceship. You know how he is, always coming up with some strange and inexplicable idea, like the time he attempted to open that vegan shoe store in the dog park.
I had a daydream where Manfred was actually from another planet and all these weird things he does are just normal customs there. Can you imagine?
That would explain so much about him. But seriously, guys, sometimes I worry about him getting hurt doing all these crazy experiments.
Maybe we should stage an intervention? But then again, if he is an alien, do you think they have interventions on his home planet?
You know what they say, opposites attract.
But isn't it better to have someone who's on the same wavelength as you?
I don't understand. What is a wavelength? Do we all emit radio waves?
No, Manfred. It just means that two people are similar and compatible.
Oh, I see. Like how some dogs get along better with others because they have similar personalities.
Yeah, but sometimes those similarities can drive you crazy too. It's like dating yourself.
I would love to date myself. I know exactly what I like.
Boring is fine. Stability is important in relationships.
Stability? Kelly, you've had more failed relationships than successful ones. It's simple. You just need to find someone who shares your love for sarcasm and cynicism.
Ah, lo, Kali. I was just thinking about the quarples of the universe.
Corpals? Manfred, do you ever make sense?
Guys, forget about corpals. Listen to my latest pitch for a reality show, Cake Wars, but with real weapons. Just imagine it, pastry chefs battling each other while trying to create beautiful cakes. It's gonna be huge.
Oh, sure, Kelly. Because watching people make dessert isn't sweet enough already without adding bloodshed.
You're just jealous because you didn't think of it first.
Weapons and cake. Interesting combination.
Seriously? Are you two on this madness train together now?
Choo choo. All aboard the Insanitary Express.
That's what worries me. Can we please talk about something normal for once?
Okay. How about them spurts teams?
So, Manfred, I heard you invented a new way to make toast.
Ah, yes, Leo. The Toastmaster 3000. It's brilliant. You attach the bread to a wall mounted device and then shoot it with fire.
Isn't that just burning your bread on purpose? And I assume you're the expert on burning things.
Yeah, like your love life.
Hey now, no need for personal attacks.
Oh, come on, Kelly. Don't tell me you can dish it out but can't take it.
Whatever.
Anyway, my invention eliminates the need for a clunky toaster taking up all that counter space. It's gonna revolutionize breakfast.
Until someone accidentally sets their kitchen on fire trying to make a sandwich.
Not everyone is so inept in the kitchen as you are, Nick.
That's right. Plus, there are safety measures installed in case of any minor accidents.
Minor accidents? Is that what we're calling potential fires these days?
Well, if used correctly, there should be no problems whatsoever.
So, you haven't actually tested this yet?
You know, I don't understand why people take themselves so seriously.
Well, Leo, it's like what they say about airplanes. If you're not lightheaded and giggling by the end of the flight, you're doing it wrong. But really, who are we to judge? After all, isn't life just one big joke and we're the punchline?
Yeah. Speaking of which, have either of you tried that new restaurant down the street?
Ugh. I wanted to try their tofu scramble this morning, but I couldn't decide if I should eat breakfast or wait until lunchtime.
Classic Kelly indecision. It's a wonder you ever get your shoes tied in the morning. But hey, at least when you finally make a choice it'll be agonizingly half-hearted.
Very funny. Anyway, how was it?
Not bad. The food was decent, but my fortune cookie told me congratulations. For what exactly? Finishing dinner?
Maybe they meant congratulations on being friends with us.
Trust me, Kelly, no one would congratulate anyone on that cruel fate.
Ouch, I guess even our fortunes come with insults now.
Don't worry about it. Just remember, like everything else in life, nothing lasts forever. Dear Internet, today I sat down at my desk to write about something mundane, but then realized that everything has already been written about. So instead, I decided to write a post about nothing in particular. Sometimes when I'm bored, I like to imagine what it would be like if animals could talk. Can you imagine walking down the street and hearing a pigeon say, "Hey there? Got any breadcrumbs?" Or having a conversation with a cow as you stroll through a pasture? It would make life so much more interesting. But then again, maybe it wouldn't. Do we really want to know what our pets are thinking all day? Oh great, here comes the human with the leash again. Just once I'd like to take him for a walk. No thanks. In other news, have you ever noticed how strange door locks are? You turn them one way and they lock, turn them back the other way and they unlock. Who came up with this system? And why do we still use it? Anyway, that's all for now. Maybe next time I'll write about something with an actual point. Sincerely, Leo Borges.
So, I heard that you finally got a date with that girl from the bookstore, huh, Kelly?
Oh really? A bookstore girl? How very intellectual of you, Kelly.
Yeah, well, she's smart and beautiful. And it's not like any of you could do any better. Besides, we're going to an art gallery opening. It's classy.
Art gallery. You know, I once painted a masterpiece using nothing but mustard and ketchup packets.
Manfred, there is no way that could possibly be considered a masterpiece.
Well, it did win first prize at the local hot dog stand competition.
That doesn't make it a masterpiece. You guys have no taste in art whatsoever. I should tag along on your date just to save that poor girl from boredom.
Like you'd know what real art is either, Leo. Weren't you the one who tried to sell off your childhood finger paintings as abstract expressionism?
Hey! Those were worth more than your so-called comedic career.
Speaking of careers, guys, how about we put all these talents together and create our own sitcom?
So, you're telling me that there's an actual black market for unclaimed clothes from laundromats?
It's true. People just leave them, they get resold, and it's practically never ending.
Yeah, I know a guy who made a killing off of the stuff. He's living in Belize now. Speaking of laundering things, Kelly, do you have any spare quarters? I'm running low on laundry money this month. Oh, come on, it's just a few quarters. You know what they say, when life gives you lemons.
You make lemonade? But in your case, Nick, more like taking other people's lemons and calling it borrowing.
Ugh. All right, Nick. Here are 5 quarters, but remember to return my shirt you borrowed last week. And if I find out either of you are involved in the laundered clothing scheme, let me be clear, we're not friends anymore. You know what? I'm tired of being the butt of everyone's jokes around here. Just once, I'd like to be the one laughing instead.
Oh, come on, Kelly. We don't mean any harm. It's just good fun, you know.
Yeah, besides your insecurity fuels my comedic genius.
But Leo, isn't comedy based on the suffering of others?
That's deep, Manfred.
Thank you. I read it on a fortune cookie last night.
Well then, maybe we should give Kelly a chance to throw us some punches. So, Kelly, I heard you made another ridiculous bet again. What is it this time?
Oh, it's not that bad. I just bet Nick that I could drink 10 cups of coffee in an hour without any side effects.
And this is why your life is a mess, Kelly.
Speaking of messes, Leo, when was the last time you left your apartment for longer than a day?
Yeah, come on, Mr. No Travel. Afraid to see what else exists beyond those 4 walls?
Or maybe he just can't plan well enough to actually go anywhere. Hey! It's like a maze in there, does no one else notice that?
I've got it. The perfect idea for my best-selling novel.
Oh yeah? What's the premise? Let me guess, it's about 4 friends living in Los Angeles who are comically cruel to each other. Revolutionary stuff.
Hey guys, what's cooking?
Just Kelly's latest literary masterpiece that'll never see the light of day.
Oh, like when people say break a leg but they actually mean have a great performance? I always found that quite confusing.
You just wait till I'm famous and you're begging me to get you into my book signings.
Book signings? Why would anyone want someone to write their name in a book they've already read?
Dear Internet, have you ever had one of those days where everything seems to be going wrong? Well, let me tell you about my day. First, I woke up late and burnt my breakfast. Then, I spilled coffee all over myself on the way to work. And just when I thought it couldn't get any worse, a bird swooped down and stole my sandwich right out of my hand. But that's not even the worst part. When I finally made it to work, my boss informed me that we were being invaded by aliens from outer space. Can you believe it? Aliens! Of course, no one believed me when I tried to warn them about the impending invasion. So there I was, alone in the office with nothing but a stapler and a rubber band for protection against our extraterrestrial overlords. But wait, it gets even crazier. Just as the aliens were about to take over the world, they suddenly decided they wanted to be friends instead. And that's how I became best buds with a group of intergalactic beings who had come only to conquer us mere mortals. Who knew a bad day could turn into an epic adventure? Sincerely, Leo Borges. You know, Kelly, you really should consider organizing your apartment. It's starting to resemble the aftermath of a tornado.
Oh, come on, Leo. I think it adds character. The messier it gets, the more interesting stories we can make up about how it got that way.
True, chaos does have a certain charm to it.
My roommate is driving me insane with her new boyfriend constantly at our place. They don't even try to be quiet when they're, And she never washes her dishes or takes out the trash. It's like living with an oversized raccoon.
Ah yes, I once had a neighbor who communicated solely in coded messages through his laundry drying patterns. Turned out he was sending top-secret notes back to his home planet called Glavorp. Fascinating creatures those Glavorpians are. Eventually they moved due to Earth not having enough cheesecake options. A real tragedy if you ask me.
Hey Manfred, ever thought about introducing us to some of these mysterious neighbors? Who knows what adventures we could get into together?
Dear Internet, have you ever experienced that feeling of panic when you can't find your keys? Well, I have. In fact, it happened just yesterday. I was running late for work and couldn't find my keys anywhere. I searched high and low, even retracing my steps back to the previous day. But no luck. Feeling defeated, I resorted to calling a locksmith. However, as fate would have it, the only locksmith in town was on vacation in Bali. So there I was, stranded outside of my own house with no way to get in. But wait! Suddenly, an idea struck me like lightning. I could climb through the doggy door. It may not be dignified, but hey, desperate times call for desperate measures. With determination in my heart and a crick in my neck from bending down so low, I squeezed myself through that tiny opening and emerged victorious on the other side. Moral of this story? Always make sure you have spare keys hidden somewhere convenient, and maybe invest in a bigger doggy door. Sincerely, Leo Borges.
You guys won't believe what happened to me today. This barista at the coffee shop completely messed up my order, and I told her 3 times how I wanted it. She probably did it on purpose. It's like there's this secret society of baristas whose sole mission is to ruin my life, one cup at a time.
Speaking of ruining things, I accidentally booked a vacation for all 4 of us when I was supposed to just book it for myself. We're all going to an escape room resort next week.
Escape rooms? Like trying to exit a cardboard box? If that's anything like the time I got trapped in a giant tuna can, count me out.
Nick, how on earth did you manage that? And more importantly, why are we always responsible for fixing your messes?
Yeah. Plus, I need convincing reasons before jumping into any kind of human-made puzzle trap from which escaping will become our primary goal, simply for fun?
As much as I love arguing about Long story short, I may have swallowed half the ocean during my descent, but it was totally worth it for the Instagram photos. Anyway, moral of the story is, always be open to new experiences unless they involve jumping out of a perfectly good airplane with fishtails on your legs. Sincerely, Leo Borges.
Actually, I kind of enjoy this unpredictability. It keeps things interesting.
Speaking of unpredictable, check out this letter from our landlord. Inhabitants of my dwellings, beware the encroaching shadows that creep through the hallowed halls. Sounds like he's been watching too many horror movies or something.
Boo! Maybe there's some ancient curse attached to our building. You know how fascinating those can be.
Nick, seriously? This is just some old guy trying to scare his tenants for kicks.
Well, Leo, people said that about Edgar Allan Poe too, and look at him now. Classic author.
Do either of you even care about my opinion on any topic ever? The weather is what was important here.
Kelly dear, you have such passion for meteorology. Perhaps consider a career change.
Yeah, Kelly, maybe you could predict when our landlord will send another ominous letter. Seems just as accurate as predicting the weather these days.
Very funny. You're all so hilarious.
Dear Internet, it is with great pleasure that I share with you today an account of my recent trip to the grocery store. It began innocently enough, as most mundane tasks tend to do. I entered through the sliding glass doors and was greeted by a barrage of fluorescent lights. As I perused the aisles, carefully selecting my items, I couldn't help but notice a strange odor permeating the air. Was it coming from the deli counter? The seafood section? No, it seemed to be emanating from some unknown source. Suddenly, an announcement boomed over the intercom system. Attention shoppers. We have a rogue turkey on the loose in aisle 7. And there it was, a massive bird wreaking havoc amongst the shelves of canned goods. But that was just the beginning. As I made my way to checkout, I witnessed an all-out brawl between two elderly ladies over the last box of prune juice. Amidst flying dentures and canes were hurled back and forth like javelins. Needless to say, it was quite an eventful trip to the grocery store. But despite everything, I emerged victorious with all necessary provisions in tow. Yours truly, Leo Borges.
So, did you hear about that new dating app where they match you based on your most embarrassing moments?
Sounds like a perfect place for Kelly to find love.
Oh, absolutely. Just imagine the stories they could tell at their wedding.
It'd be less of a wedding and more of a roast.
Hey. I'll have you know my most embarrassing moment was when I accidentally locked myself in a porta potty for 3 hours at Coachella.
See? Perfect material. Although, do people actually want to match with others who've had equally embarrassing experiences?
Birds of a feather flock together, Leo. My future soulmate is probably stuck in a dumpster somewhere. Speaking of dumped treasures, check out this antique watch I found yesterday. If we sell it online, we can make some serious cash.
Wow, another get-rich-quick scheme from Kelly Moneybags Coffee. What's next? A pyramid scheme involving old socks. Seriously though guys, let's just stick to our day jobs and focus on something more productive than finding buried embarrassment treasure on dating apps or selling antiques.
Hey, did you guys hear about the new pop-up art exhibit downtown? They say it's a once-in-a-lifetime experience.
Oh, I'm all over that. Maybe I'll become a performance artist and live in a see-through box for a week.
Nick, you do realize people need to eat and sleep at some point, right?
I don't know if I could go. What if someone judges my interpretation of the art? It's like they're judging my soul.
Kelly, you worry too much. It's an art exhibit. People will be more focused on the weird paintings than your opinions.
But what if they can read my thoughts? Like mind ninjas.
Mind ninjas? Where do you come up with this stuff?
Late night internet browsing is dangerous. I've seen things.
Well, how about we all just go and not care what anyone else thinks? Worst case scenario, we can mold ourselves into modern sculptures and confuse them even more.
So, have you guys ever insulted someone and then later found out they were famous or something? Typical Nick move. Until you actually land a job from doing that, don't come talk to me. But seriously, we gotta be careful about not offending people these days. Cancel culture and all that jazz.
I know what you mean. Just the other day I accidentally cut in front of this lady in line at the grocery store and she acted like I had committed a war crime or something. I mean, sure it wasn't ideal, but she didn't have to make such a big deal out of it.
Ah, yes, the art of being polite seems lost on most people nowadays. When I was growing up,
Hold on, Manfred, do we really care about politeness? Isn't it more fun when people get angry?
now look here, young man. Of course, we care about politeness. Courtesy is what separates us from barbarians.
Hey guys, did you know that some people put mayo on their fries? Yeah, it's like they're bathing them in slimy despair.
That's hardly the strangest thing I've seen with food. I once witnessed someone eat a sandwich with a fork. They must have been raised by wolves or super polite raccoons.
Oh please, if you want food chaos, just walk into any fast food place and watch the employees during lunch rush.
Speaking of chaos, why did we ever let Nick plan that last party?
Because I bring life to every party. You should thank me. So there was one small fire, at least everyone got marshmallows out of it. Marshmallows are like fluffy little gifts from above, who wouldn't love that?
Small fire? The curtains were practically disintegrated.
It's called interior decorating. Besides, those curtains were hideous anyway.
But they matched my favorite shirt. I guess now I can be known as the guy with the flaming fashion sense.
I don't understand why people are so afraid of getting shots. It's just like a little pinch and then it's over.
But what if I have a bad reaction to it? I mean, I heard some horror stories about people getting sick from the flu shot.
I know, right? And what if it doesn't even work? Like, we're just injecting ourselves with something that may or may not prevent us from getting sick.
Plus, who has time for that? I'm always so busy with writing deadlines and comedy shows that I can barely find time to do anything else.
Well, you know what they say, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Besides, isn't it better to take the chance to stay healthy than risk being bedridden for days?
Yeah, you're right. But can we at least go get ice cream afterwards?
Hey there, riddle me this: why do humans cry when they're sad?
Well, Manfred, it's a natural emotional response. Maybe you should try it sometime.
Fascinating. So, Nick, how much money did you make last year?
Manfred. You can't just ask people that.
You know what I realized? We never see squirrels in LA. What are they hiding from us? It's like they made a secret pact with pigeons and rats to rule the streets.
Speaking of secrets, do you guys think everyone secretly dislikes me, or am I just being paranoid?
Kelly, trust me. If everyone disliked you, it wouldn't be a secret.
Now that we're on personal questions, Leo, why did your ex break up with you? Was it your incomprehensible obsession with squirrels?
Ha! Squirrels or not, at least Leo doesn't interrogate people about their deepest insecurities.
Guys, do any of you actually know what happened to those missing carrots from my fridge?
You know, I was just thinking about how funny it would be if the moon were actually made of cheese.
Cheese? How could it be made out of cheese? And what kind of cheese are we talking here?
Oh, I bet it's brie. Yeah, everyone loves a good soft brie.
Well, Kelly, you seem pretty confident. I'll tell you what, I'll bet you $50 that no one can prove the moon is made of brie.
Deal. You're on.
You know, speaking of space and odd things. Did anyone ever figure out why the laundry machines in our building make those strange humming noises?
Oh yeah. This guy named Fred came by yesterday to check them out. Turns out they were built in Area 51. It's alien technology. He said they've got this secret program going on, testing new energy-saving features or something like that. Wild stuff.
You guys are not going to believe this, but I just bought a brand new sports car.
What? How did you afford that?
Well, I figured it was time for a change, so I cashed in my retirement savings and boom. Sports car.
That's the most irresponsible thing I've ever heard, Kelly. Have you gone mad?
Not going to lie, that's kind of impressive in its own twisted way.
Thank you. See, Nick gets it.
Yeah, sure. Betting your entire future on 4 wheels and an ego boost. Great decision making there, buddy.
I can't believe I got kicked out of my apartment again.
Not surprised. You never pay rent on time.
Hey, guys, what if we all live together?
No way. Not happening.
Yeah, I love you guys and all, but I need my space.
Okay, well, what about the couch?
Which one? The blue one with the stain or the red one with the funky smell?
That's it. We need to settle this once and for all.
It's just a couch. Who cares?
Who cares? Who cares? That couch has been through thick and thin with us. It's practically a member of our group.
Fine. But if that thing moves 1 inch from its designated spot, I'm outta here.
So, did you guys hear about that new coffee shop opening up down the street? Apparently, they have this weird rule: no talking on your cell phone while in line. It's like a designated no-tech zone. You have to actually talk to people around you. What do you think?
That's outrageous. I can't be left alone with my thoughts for even a second, let alone talk to strangers.
I dunno. I kind of like it. Maybe we could all use some more human interaction. Plus, it'll give me more opportunities to charm unsuspecting victims, make new friends.
Oh great, just what we need, Nick charming the masses. But seriously though, how hard is it for someone like Kelly here not to function without technology?
True. Kelly would probably start twitching if she couldn't check her email every 2 minutes.
Well, excuse me. Just because I always like being connected doesn't mean I'm some sort of social pariah. Maybe that's how we stay ahead these days, by adapting and evolving with technology. I can't believe I just got fired from my job for being too attentive. How is that even a thing?
Relax, Kelly. It wasn't the right fit for you anyway.
You know what, Kelly? This calls for a celebration. A fresh start.
Yes, how about I whip up one of my famous concoctions? Prune juice and mayonnaise smoothie, anyone?
Manfred, do any of your recipes actually involve good taste combinations?
Taste is relative. You have to be adventurous with your palate.
Guys, can we please focus on the fact that I'm unemployed now? I'll never find another job as good as that one. My life is over.
Now hold on there, don't be too hard on yourself. Sometimes losing a job can lead you to something better.
Exactly. Just look at Nick here. He's managed to charm his way in and out of dozens of jobs without knowing anything about them.
Hey. That's true, but also slightly insulting.
Remember this: every cloud has an aluminum lining, or was it silver?
Silver lining, Manfred. And mine seems to be very thin if it even exists. But hey, change is inevitable.
Dear Internet, have you ever noticed how strange turtles are? They're like tiny little aliens that just happen to live among us. They have shells on their backs for protection, which is kind of like if we walked around wearing metal backpacks all day. And don't even get me started on their necks, it's like they can see into another dimension or something. But that's not even the weirdest thing about them. Did you know that some turtles can breathe through their butts? Yes, you read that right. Their butts. It's called cloacal respiration, and it allows them to stay underwater for extended periods of time. Now imagine if humans had this ability, we could swim for hours without coming up for air. Of course, it would make things a bit awkward when meeting someone new. Hi, nice to meet you. By the way, yes, I do breathe through my butt. Anyway, next time you see a turtle, just remember they may be cute and harmless looking on the outside, but on the inside they're harboring secrets stranger than any sci-fi movie. Sincerely, Leo Borges.
So, I was on this date with this girl last night.
Oh no, not another terrible date story.
Wait, Nick went on a date? Did hell freeze over?
Anyway, the date was going well until she brought up ghosting.
Ghosting? That's such a cowardly way to end things.
Hey now, sometimes it's better to just disappear than deal with all the drama.
But is it really ethical to leave someone hanging like that?
Who said anything about ethics? We're talking about dating here. It's every man for himself.
No. That's not true. You have to treat people with respect and communicate honestly.
Kelly has a point. If you're not interested in someone anymore, at least have the decency to explain why instead of vanishing into thin air like a magician.
Oh right, because everyone loves getting rejected and told they're not good enough. Real respectful there.
It's called being an adult and facing uncomfortable situations head on. Something you wouldn't understand since you run away from any sort of confrontation or responsibility.
Roses are red, violets are blue. I saw a sloth in my dreams, it was eating fondue.
Yeah, that's great, Manfred. We should totally write that one down for our next dinner party.
Speaking of dinner parties, how about we try out Le Chateau de la Truffe tonight? They've got gold-plated steak. And don't worry, Leo, they say the truffles pair nicely with whining.
Guys, I just had an amazing idea. A self-cleaning kitchen. You press a button and everything gets washed.
Sounds like a rich person thing. I'm in. Am I ordering appetizers or should we all split the $300 caviar platter?
Wait, maybe not everyone has enough money for even one clean plate. Never mind.
There once was a man from Peru who dreamed he ate his shoe. He woke up quite hungry but thought it too lowly to dine on footwear stew.
Wow, Manfred, where do you find these poems?
The realms of my mind are vast and mysterious, like an enchanted forest filled with unicorns playing jazz flute.
That sounds like the perfect place for Nick to order ridiculously expensive food without burdening others with the bill. Maybe if we're lucky, there'll be some rare and expensive creature hiding nearby for him to snack on.
You know, I've been thinking about becoming a vegan. It's just that every time I bite into a carrot, it makes me laugh.
Oh, come on, Kelly. Next thing you'll tell us is how hilarious the sound of peeling an onion is.
Actually, 2 months ago you said carrots reminded you of your childhood pet rabbit. And now they suddenly make you laugh?
Yeah, Kelly, are we supposed to be cruel to vegetables or rabbits now? Make up your mind. Besides, have you ever met a vegetable that had any sense of humor at all? I mean seriously, lettuce? Corn? They're practically deadpan.
Well, maybe my jokes are too highbrow for them. And what do rabbits even taste like?
Are we really discussing if food has a sense of humor now? Maybe let's stick to our actual jobs and not venture into carrot comedy territory. You know, I've always found it fascinating how we're all so different yet somehow manage to be friends.
Speak for yourself. I don't even know why I hang out with you guys. The other day, someone cut in front of me in line at the grocery store, and none of you even cared when I told you.
Speaking of groceries, did you all hear about the new space age technology they're using now? They say it keeps your fruits fresh twice as long. Can you believe that? Imagine being able to enjoy a ripe avocado for more than just one day before it turns into brown mush.
Ah, yes, Manfred. It's truly an exciting time to be alive for avocados.
Oh, please, who needs avocados anyway? Why not focus on something important like finding parking around here? Last week alone, I got towed twice.
Maybe if you stop driving like a maniac and read the signs properly.
That reminds me of this horrible date I had last week. We went out to eat at this overpriced restaurant and she didn't even offer to split the bill.
Really? That's what bothers you? Not the fact that nobody ever seems interested in listening to your endless rants. Anyway, anyone want another slice of pie before we get back to our miserable lives?
Oh. Do.
You know, I've been thinking about getting a pet lately.
Really? How about a giraffe? You could be the first person in LA to own one as an indoor pet.
Manfred, how on earth would I keep a giraffe inside my apartment?
Just make sure it never stands up. Easy.
You guys are so unreasonable. When I said I wanted to adopt 12 cats, everyone freaked out.
Kelly, that's because 12 cats is excessive and borderline hoarding.
So what if I want the little feline army of love? Is that too much to ask?
Did you know that birds can taste colors? I wonder if humans will evolve to do that too.
If we could, I'd be a flavor savant by now.
Imagine tasting that horrendous green shirt Manfred wore last week.
Tasted like sour apples and regret.
Sometimes I believe cats control the government.
Well, mine has definitely been watching me fill out my taxes.
Dear Internet, as a man who leads a mundane life, I find myself in the midst of absurdity on occasion. I'm sure you can relate, dear reader. For instance, this morning I woke up to find that my toaster had started dispensing hot dogs instead of toast. It was quite a shock, let me tell you. But it's not just my toaster that's causing chaos in my life. My pet goldfish has developed an insatiable appetite for cheeseburgers and insists on wearing little bow ties to dinner parties. And don't even get me started on the talking plant in my living room. Yes, you read that correctly, a talking plant. It refuses to speak anything other than Pig Latin and is incredibly sassy when it comes to watering schedules. I suppose I could seek professional help, but where's the fun in that? Instead, I'll just keep riding this wave of absurdity until further notice. Yours truly, Leo Borges. So, Kelly, I hear you've been dreaming about walking down the red carpet lately. What's that all about?
Well, Leo, not everyone wants to be a self-centered comedy writer forever. Some of us have aspirations.
Aspirations? Your biggest achievement last week was finding a parking spot close to your apartment.
Good one. But hey, if Kelly wants to chase dreams and swap horror stories in Hollywood, why not let him try?
Trust me when I say this, Hollywood is overrated. And even if it wasn't, my cousin's pet goldfish has more charisma than Kelly could ever hope for.
You know what? One day you're all going to regret these words when I'm rubbing shoulders with celebrities and enjoying the high life.
The only thing you'll be rubbing is another rejection letter from yet another talent agent.
Speaking of rubbing, any chance we might get back on topic soon? It feels like things are getting way off track here as usual.
Oh, Manfred, always trying to sound wise but end up sounding dumber than a bag of hammers. Anyway,
Hammers notwithstanding. I bet none of you peons could top my latest invention, the Fred Mobile. With solar panels and an electric motor fueled by the sun's powerful rays, fear its wondrous glory.
I'm thinking of taking a class. But I have no idea about the subject. It's completely new to me.
why would you do that? That sounds like torture.
I want to broaden my horizons, Leo. You know, expand my mind.
Well, there are easier ways to do that than going back to school.
Like what?
Like watching TV on mute and trying to guess the dialogue. Or eating ice cream with a fork instead of a spoon that'll really blow your mind.
Wow, Leo. Those are great suggestions.
I aim to please.
Honestly, though, I just feel like I need something new in my life. Something challenging and exciting.
I get it. But sometimes the things we think will be exciting end up just being really hard and frustrating. Kinda reminds me of my dating life.
Hey guys, I just found this weird contraption in my apartment. It has buttons and numbers on it.
Manfred, that's just a phone.
A what? What does it do? And how come I've never seen one before?
You've never seen a phone before? How have you been calling us?
I usually yell really loud out the window.
No wonder our conversations always seem so one-sided. By the way, did you know humans think phones are ancient relics now?
Get out of town. So people don't use these anymore?
Well, we still have smartphones. Basically an upgrade from those old bricks.
Yeah, like the ones we've all been using since forever.
I'm starting to think Manfred is older than he looks. Maybe even older than time itself. Or maybe phones were only invented after his last meal with dinosaurs.
The real question is, what other everyday objects haven't you discovered yet, Manfred?
Did you know that the average person spends 2 years of their life in a car? Seems like a waste of time, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, I can drive while juggling. So at least my time spent in a car is more productive than yours.
Juggling? Really, Kelly? That's your claim to fame. No wonder your life seems to be endless hours of waiting for something interesting to happen.
Nick, come on now. Let's not ridicule our friends over their hobbies.
What about Manfred and his ever-growing collection of antique toothbrushes? Are we gonna pretend that's normal?
Actually, toothbrushes were once made from animal hair. Quite fascinating, if you ask me.
Well, at least I'm not as chaotic as some people here who constantly get themselves into trouble.
Let's just try and keep this conversation civil. We're all friends here, I think. So, Kelly, any interesting stories from work today?
Oh yes, do tell.
Manfred, let her speak.
You know what they say about Wednesdays, nothing remotely exciting happens. It's like the universe is on pause.
That reminds me of the time I had a conversation with raindrops.
Okay, so there was this one time when I single-handedly saved my boss from choking by performing the Heimlich maneuver. And then suddenly everyone at work wanted to be my friend and learn these life-saving techniques. Or it would have happened if I didn't accidentally make him choke on his gum while trying to give him a friendly pat on the back.
Wow, Kelly, your life should come with its own disaster warning label.
At least she tried. Remember when Leo almost choked and all we did was laugh? Good times.
Well, that's what friends are for.
You guys won't believe what I found in the dumpster behind Leo's apartment. A giant inflatable flamingo.
Why on earth would anyone want that? It's hideous. And besides, it probably has some kind of disease from being in the garbage.
Oh, come on, Kelly. A little dirt never hurt anybody. Plus, it sounds like a perfect addition to our rooftop parties.
Exactly. I mean, who wouldn't want a 7-foot-tall flamingo overseeing their festivities?
We could call him Sir Flamingus the First and make him the official mascot of our wild shenanigans.
Are you two serious? What happened to keeping things low-key around here? How about we just deflate Sir Flamingus and keep our parties from getting too inflated?
I'll take a chance and apply for that job after all.
That's the spirit. And if anything goes wrong, we'll just create chaos and charm our way out of trouble like always.
You know, I've been thinking about taking up painting. I've been watching these online tutorials, and it seems like something I could excel at.
Oh yeah? Do you think that's gonna make you the next Picasso or something?
If Kelly becomes a famous painter before you finish your next comedy script, Leo, I'll buy you dinner for a week.
Ha! Deal! But seriously though, Kel, what are you planning to paint first?
Probably self-portraits of us dressed as historical figures. George Washington never looked so good.
Actually, I was thinking of starting with landscapes. But maybe when I become famous enough, people will beg me to immortalize them on canvas.
Well, if that happens, please use watercolors. That way my enormous ego will be easier to clean off later.
We'll see about that. Why don't you try doing something productive yourself, Nick? Like knitting scarves or saving kittens from trees?
Speaking of productivity, have any of us done anything we set out to accomplish today? There's always tomorrow. And since we're talking art now, what do you guys think about investing in some new sculptures for the apartment? You know what I hate? Going to the grocery store. Seriously, it's like a battlefield of brands in there.
Oh, come on. It's not that bad. At least you don't accidentally knock over fruit displays.
Kelly, sometimes I think you're secretly a tornado in disguise. But really, one of these days you'll get banned from every supermarket in town at this rate.
And Leo will still be deciding between red or green apples.
Do not underestimate the great apple debate.
All right, Mr. Indecisive. Maybe next time we can just tag along and help make those life-altering decisions for you.
That might actually be helpful. A second opinion could save me hours of agony.
Well, then it's settled. Next time Leo goes shopping,
We'll go together and hopefully no fruit casualties occur.
Man, I got lost trying to find the mystery section at the library today. Those bookshelves are like a maze.
You know, Leo, life is full of mysteries. Sometimes we just need an odd perspective to see the answers. Speaking of mysteries, look what I just found slipped under your door. It's addressed to all four of us and it looks quite ominous.
Oh great, our landlord probably wants more money or something. Wait a second. This doesn't sound like anything he's ever sent before. Listen to this: in these hallowed chambers lies a secret unknown since time immemorial.
Oh, please. That sounds like some cheap thriller novel that never made it past its first draft. However, I admit I am slightly intrigued by this chaotic cryptic message.
You guys don't understand. This could be my big break into the world of dark and mysterious authorship.
Kelly, you can hardly write grocery lists without getting overwhelmed. Let's not get ahead of ourselves here.
Maybe instead of focusing on who could benefit from it personally, we should try figuring out what our landlord is really trying to say in this letter.
Fine. But if this leads me anywhere close to fame as an author, you're all going with me for moral support.
So, Kelly, I couldn't help but notice your new rug. It's interesting.
Oh, this old thing? I got it on sale at that weird store down the street. Do you really think it's okay? Or should I take it back?
You worry too much, Kel. Besides, you can always borrow a few bucks from Leo here if you need to replace it. Speaking of which, Leo buddy, could you spare 5 for some coffee later?
Why is everyone always borrowing money from each other? Can't we just learn to live within our means?
You're one to talk. Wasn't it you who crashed your car because you insisted on eating an ice cream cone while driving? But don't worry about the money, Nick. Just remember me when your chaotic charm lands you a high-paying gig someday.
You know I will. And maybe I'll get Kelly a better rug too.
Wait, do you guys really think my rug is that bad?
So, I was at the store the other day and saw this fancy new toothbrush. It looked like it could do a lot of damage. I thought, I have to have that. So, I just walked out with it.
You stole a toothbrush? That's weak. If you're gonna steal something, go big or go home.
Yeah, stealing is wrong no matter what you take. You gotta pay for your stuff like everyone else.
But what if you really want something and don't have the money for it? Is it so bad to just take it?
Honestly, I've stolen stuff before and never got caught. It's a rush.
That's not the point. You're taking something that doesn't belong to you. It's not fair to the person who worked hard to make or sell that thing.
I agree with Leo on this one. It doesn't matter how badly you want something, stealing is always wrong.
Okay. Geez, I just thought we could get free things sometimes.
Hey, guys. I managed to score 4 tickets to this exclusive rooftop party downtown. You in?
Oh, I don't know. What if it's too crowded or the music is too loud? Can we have a backup plan? Like a quiet dinner somewhere?
Come on, Kelly. It'll be fun. Plus, there's an open bar.
An open bar? Count me out. That means people will be drunk and obnoxious. No thank you. Besides, I've got a deadline for my latest comedy script anyway. You guys go enjoy yourselves.
But what if it rains and the party gets cancelled? We need at least 3 backup plans.
Rain? Do you think they make special umbrellas for tall people with long arms like me?
Hey guys, did you hear about the new coffee shop on the corner? They're serving up some pretty wild concoctions.
Oh yeah? My aunt runs a coffee shop. She's got this drink called the exploding latte. It's, it explodes.
Exploding lattes? That reminds me of an idea I had for edible fireworks. Picture this boom. And then snacks start raining down from the sky. You'd have cheese puffs shooting out like rockets and chocolate-covered pretzels spiraling through the air. Think of all the flavors we could create, jalapeno poppers soaring gracefully above us. Even gummy bears doing somersaults in midair before they land softly on our tongues. A true feast to behold.
Yeah, because that won't be a hazard to anyone whatsoever.
Edible fireworks sound great, but what happens when there's too much wind? Imagine getting hit by a barrage of rogue cheese puffs.
At least it'll give new meaning to food fights.
We may need to consider safety precautions, perhaps snack umbrellas?
Speaking of umbrellas, I've got a joke for you all. What do clouds use as protection against unwanted rainstorms? Guys, have you ever noticed how every time we order food together, there's always some kind of argument?
What are you talking about? I'm the easiest person to order food with.
Smirking, yeah right, remember that one time at the diner when you sent back your omelet 3 times?
Hey, I like my eggs a certain way. Is that such a crime?
And then there was that sushi place where you kept complaining about everything being too spicy.
Well, excuse me for not wanting to burn my taste buds off.
Laughing, speaking of burning things off, have I told you guys about the time I accidentally set my kitchen on fire?
No, but somehow I'm not surprised.
Why am I getting the feeling that this story involves one of us having to call the fire department?
Grinning, let's just say that smoke alarms exist for a reason. But hey, no harm done in the end.
Except for your poor neighbors who had to evacuate their apartment building because of your cooking mishap.
Can't argue with that logic.
Guys, have you seen the new restaurant on 7th? It's all anyone can talk about.
Oh, I heard it's impossible to get a reservation there. The wait list is like 6 months long.
I don't understand why everyone's freaking out. It's just food. You put it in your mouth and then you poop it out later.
No. This place is different. Like last night, I was there with this girl and they gave us water that was infused with diamonds or something like that. And the steak, oh my god, it was like angels were singing when I took a bite. But then things got crazy. They brought over this dessert that had gold flakes on it, and I swear to God, the whole thing caught on fire.
That sounds dangerous. And also ridiculous. Who wants to eat gold? Honestly, Nick, you need to stop going to these places just for Instagram likes.
Yeah, Nick, maybe try eating somewhere that won't give you heartburn and break the bank at the same time.
You know, I've been thinking about becoming a motivational speaker.
Oh great, just what the world needs, more people being motivated by you. But seriously, count me in. I'm going to promise everyone that their dreams will come true while riding on the back of a unicorn. It's foolproof.
That's insane and kind of beautiful.
Kelly, are you crying? There were no unicorns at all.
No. It's just, sometimes your wild ideas make me think about all the things I haven't done with my life.
Oh, don't worry, Kelly. There is one thing you're good at: embarrassing yourself.
Hey, that gives me an idea. How about we start a workshop called Embarrassment Therapy? Guaranteed humiliation or your money back.
So, have you guys heard of that TV show Golden Girls? It's pretty wild stuff.
Manfred, that show has been on the air since the 80s. What rock have you been living under?
I prefer to call it a multi-layered domicile, Leo.
Multilayered domicile? Are we even speaking English anymore?
That's the beauty of language, Carly.
It's Kelly.
Right. Anyway, I recently started taking this class called Advanced Candle Literature.
You mean candle making?
No, candle literature. We study the works of famous candle aficionados throughout history.
Did you guys hear that the moon landing was actually faked on a soundstage in Nevada?
Oh, absolutely. And my vast collection of knacks includes a limited edition replica of the set.
Just because they filmed Star Wars on a soundstage doesn't mean we can't enjoy it, Kelly. There's nothing wrong with being into conspiracy theories.
Speaking of conspiracies, I heard there's an underground government facility right here in LA where they're hiding alien technology.
Ha, you really think so? Maybe that explains why my toaster keeps burning alien faces onto my bread.
Wait, are you sure it's not just your face, Manfred?
You know what they say, one man's burnt toast is another man's ancient treasure.
So, I've been thinking about getting a tattoo.
Oh, really? And what's the grand inspiration for this sudden urge?
You know, just something to express my inner creativity. Something that screams Nick Sterling.
Ah, yes, because nothing quite says artistic genius like permanently branding yourself with ink.
Don't be so quick to judge, Leo. It could turn out great.
Kelly, you passed out over a paper cut last week. Are you sure you're qualified to give advice on tattoos?
Besides, we all know my tattoo is going to look way better than that haircut of yours.
Well played, Nick. But let me ask you, do tattoos come with a lifetime supply of regret?
Okay, guys, can we just agree that everyone has different ways of expressing themselves and leave it at that?
Sure thing, but I'm still getting the tattoo.
Hey Kelly, have you ever noticed how people always act like they've got everything under control until the moment they don't?
Yeah, I guess so. It's just, what if I'm always out of control and just pretending really well? You know what? Maybe we're all just one bad decision away from disaster. One day I'll make a mistake and everyone will find out how incapable I really am. So, maybe nobody actually knows what they're doing.
Calm down, Kelly. Nobody's asking you to defuse a bomb. We're just talking about everyday stuff here.
But that's the problem. Even simple things can be so stressful. Like choosing between paper or plastic at the grocery store.
Here's an idea, try reusable bags. Problem solved.
Reusable bags? Great idea, because that doesn't put even more pressure on me to remember them every time.
Look, no matter how much anxiety you feel over these little decisions in life, trust me when I say it truly does not matter as much as you think it does. Now let's grab our coffees before Nick shows up with another crazy scheme for us to get involved in. The world keeps spinning whether we fret over insignificant things or not, better enjoy it while we can. So, I heard that new roller coaster is opening up at the amusement park. Anyone interested in going?
Oh, no way. I can't do roller coasters anymore. They say if you ride one when you're over 25, it messes with your brainwaves.
Brainwaves? Sounds like a party to me. But seriously, have any of you ever wondered why we even have amusement parks? Why do humans enjoy being scared so much?
It's not always about being scared, Manfred. Sometimes it's just about having fun and letting go for a bit.
Speaking of which, I went on this insane date last night where we broke into an abandoned hotel and explored the creepy hallways till midnight. Of course, when security caught us, I managed to charm our way out of trouble by convincing them we were location scouting for a film shoot.
You've got guts doing something like that crawling around in some old abandoned building. Aren't they filled with germs?
Yeah. And what if it was haunted? Someone told me once that most abandoned places are full of angry spirits who died tragic deaths there.
Dear Internet, I had an epiphany the other day when I was doing laundry. It hit me like a ton of bricks, except instead of bricks, it was a pile of dirty socks that smelled like they were marinated in vinegar for a week. This realization was simple yet profound. Why do we have to wash our clothes? Think about it, we wear them once or maybe twice and then toss them in a hamper. Then, somehow magically, they reappear clean and fresh smelling in our closets. But who's doing all this washing and folding? Certainly not us. I did some research, by which I mean I googled who washes our clothes, and found out that there are tiny elves who live inside our washing machines. They're responsible for scrubbing out stains and making sure everything smells good again. But here's the kicker, these elves aren't happy with their jobs. In fact, they've unionized and are demanding better working conditions. They want taller washing machines so they don't have to stoop down as much and more breaks to stretch their legs. So next time you're doing laundry, remember to thank your little elvish friends for all their hard work and maybe slip them a candy bar as a peace offering. Sincerely, Leo Borges.
You know, If you ask me, pineapple absolutely belongs on pizza.
Well, nobody asked you. Besides, we're not even talking about pizza.
What's so wrong about loving the taste of the tropics?
Guys, can we focus? I need your advice. Should I apply for that job as an event planner? They want someone with at least 5 years' experience, and I only have 2. But it would be such a great opportunity to grow my career. But what if they find out and fire me?
Just lie a little bit on your resume. Who doesn't?
Lying is like eating popcorn without butter, it leaves a dry feeling in my soul.
Kelly, just go for it. If you get caught, well, then we'll figure something out.
That's right. Maybe Manfred can plan your escape party.
Oh ho yes. It will be an otherworldly celebration.
See? Problem solved. Worst case scenario involves aliens and party hats.
And perhaps some delightful pineapple pizza. You know, I've been thinking about adopting a pet rock.
A pet rock? Manfred, why on earth would you want that? They don't move, they don't need food, and most importantly, they're not alive. You might as well make friends with a doorknob.
Actually, I met someone the other day who collects doorknobs. Charming fellow too.
How can anyone be charmed by doorknobs or rocks for that matter? Aren't there better hobbies?
Well, Kelly, one man's trash is another man's treasure. Plus, it keeps them out of trouble. It's all in how you spin it. Anything can be fascinating if presented right.
Exactly. My rock will never judge me or criticize my strange habits like some people around here.
I still think there are more interesting things to focus on than inanimate objects.
Coming from you, Kelly, the guy who alphabetizes his cereal boxes. Did you guys know that the average person spends 6 months of their life waiting for red lights to turn green? That's crazy, huh?
That's not a bad idea for a bit. Maybe I could write something about the absurdity of mundane moments in our lives.
Speaking of absurd, have you ever noticed how dogs always seem to be happy? Like, what do they have to worry about?
Well, I don't know if it's fair to compare ourselves to dogs. They don't have bills or rent to pay.
Oh, speaking of rent, did you hear about my new roommate? He's from another planet. Can you believe it?
Wait, what? You got a new roommate without telling us first?
Yeah, he was just walking down the street and we got talking. He doesn't really understand human customs yet, though. Like last night, he tried brushing his teeth with my razor.
Okay, this could actually work as material for my story. A writer struggling with a weird roommate who doesn't quite fit into society.
I feel like we're all struggling with fitting in sometimes.
Except me. I'm one of a kind.
You know, it's ridiculous how easily you two get yourselves into trouble. I mean, seriously, do either of you ever stop to think before acting?
Oh, come on, Leo. Life's too short for that. You gotta live in the moment.
Yeah? Well, tell me how living in the moment got you banned from that movie theater last week.
To be fair, I did try and warn him about bringing a live chicken as a prop for his one-man show.
An impression was made alright, on their newly installed carpet after Mr. Clucks went wild. It's not like they've never cleaned up messes before, right? Besides, who can predict what'll happen when a chicken enters the scene? Just add some excitement to life.
And speaking of excitement, remember when my instincts led us to that underground speakeasy last month? Now that was worth our little misadventure.
Hey, Leo, maybe if you weren't so self-absorbed, you'd have better ideas for your stories.
Oh, really? Well, it's not like you're helping with your obnoxious button pushing.
You know, guys, if I ever become famous, I'd never have to deal with these kinds of arguments. I'll just pay people to come up with ideas for me and agree on everything.
Haha, Kelly, the only thing you'll be famous for is being hopelessly insecure. Honestly, that could make a great sitcom character.
And what about you, Nick? What are your grand ambitions in life other than making everyone around you miserable?
Yeah, Nick. If anyone here should be able to charm their way into success, it's me.
So, Leo, is your blood type A or B? Just curious.
Manfred, why would you need to know that? I'm not signing up for any alien blood transfusions if that's what you're asking.
You know, they say O-negative people are secretly reptilians.
Really? Well, I heard AB positive folks can communicate with dolphins.
Kelly, isn't that just the plot from Sequest DSV?
When was the last time either of you had a full body scan? It really helps me feel in touch with my inner, flesh vessel.
Speaking of feeling in touch, did I ever tell you guys about the time I accidentally glued myself to a mannequin?
Did you hear about that new coffee shop opening just around the corner?
Yeah, I invested all my savings in it without asking anyone. It is, but I was too caffeinated to think it through.
Well, if worst comes to worst, we can always send Nick over there to charm them into giving your money back.
What can I say? I've got a talent for brewing good relationships.
You really perk up when it comes to socializing.
Someone has to keep this group grounded.
Speaking of which, Kelly, how are you feeling about your impulsive decision now?
Nervous. Really nervous. Like drinking 20 espressos nervous.
Relax. My charm works even better than a double shot of espresso. In fact, they'll be pouring their hearts out in no time.
Thanks, Nick. Guess we're all beans in this grinding process called life.
So, you guys won't believe what I saw on my way home from work today.
Was it a UFO? 'Cause I've seen 3 this week alone.
How do you always get to see interesting things, Leo? The only thing I ever notice is how good everyone else's hair looks compared to mine.
You should have been with me yesterday. I convinced an old lady that I knew magic just by doing some sick card tricks.
Guys, those aliens are getting sneakier every day. We have to be prepared for an intergalactic invasion.
Anyway, it was actually a guy walking his pet llama down the street. Can you believe it?
Ugh, even llamas probably have better hair than me.
It's okay, Kelly. Remember when I tried snake charming and accidentally hypnotized myself instead? Being talented in everything can be dangerous too. You know, it's not every day you can just waltz into someone else's life and create utter chaos.
That's a bold assumption, Nick. Is that what we're doing here? We could be providing some comic relief amidst the stress of her everyday life.
Perhaps, Leo. But do you really think Kelly wants our help? Or are we just getting in the way?
Honestly, guys, I don't need your opinions on how I live my life. I've got enough problems as it is. Maybe if you two would stop being so judgmental and focus on yourselves for once, things wouldn't be so chaotic around here.
Fellas, did you hear? They're planning to build a water park on the moon.
Really, Manfred? I've heard some wild ideas, but that one is out of this world, literally.
If anyone would believe in a lunar water park, it's you, Manfred. Besides, how would they even get the water up there?
I don't know about the logistics, Leo. But hey, at least they'd save on lifeguards. Nobody can drown if they just float around.
Fair point. The moon witches alone are a reason to go.
Oh my gosh. I always wanted to be an astronaut. I could finally wear space pants. Get it, guys? My jokes would actually land up there.
You know, Kelly, I've always wondered why you're so determined to collect friends like they're trading cards. Is it because deep down, you just can't bear the thought of being alone with your own thoughts?
Oh, come on, Leo. It's not like that. Everyone wants to be liked and have friends.
Sure, but most people don't try to hoard their acquaintances as if they become a rare commodity overnight. Maybe instead of trying so hard to impress others, you should focus on cultivating your sense of self-worth.
Well, look who's talking. Mr. I need to be the funniest man in every room. At least my desperation doesn't revolve around something as shallow as making people laugh at my clever little jokes. You know what? I bet this is all just one big setup for another ridiculous pun of yours. Go on then, let's hear it. Why do even engage in these conversations with you?
Honestly? Because neither of us has enough other friends to carry out these little verbal justs elsewhere. Besides, if we didn't argue like this every once in a while, what would we even talk about? Now there's some food for thought, or in our case, fodder for squabble. Dear Internet, today, I woke up and decided to make toast. It was a completely normal morning until I realized the toaster was missing. Just gone without a trace. Looking around my kitchen, I found that all my other appliances had vanished as well. At this point, I began to panic. Was it aliens? Had they abducted my household goods for their own nefarious purposes? But then, something even stranger happened. A group of cats walked in through my front door and started cooking breakfast for me. Yes, you read that right, cats were making bacon and eggs in my kitchen. I sat at the table, flabbergasted as the cats served me with impeccable manners and dexterity. It was like a Disney movie come to life. After breakfast, the cats cleaned up and left as quickly as they arrived. In a daze, I sat back down on my couch and pondered what just occurred. It's safe to say that today has been anything but ordinary. Sincerely, Leo Borges.
Hey guys, you wouldn't believe what just happened to me.
Let me guess, another wild adventure with a circus troupe?
Knowing Nick, it's got to be something ridiculous like that.
Seriously though, my therapist says I should stop worrying about things that might never happen.
That's great advice. Maybe they could help you worry less about your non-existent love life too?
Well, actually, I was at the grocery store and accidentally dropped an entire display of canned soup. But get this, the manager came over and instead of getting mad, he handed me a coupon for free soup. Can you believe it?
Wow, Nick, maybe we should all start causing public disasters for some sweet deals.
You know, Leo, not everyone has your gift of turning sarcasm into an art form.
It's truly one of my finest talents. Almost as impressive as your magnetism towards chaos.
If only I could channel some of your charm to avoid awkward encounters with my ex.
You know, I've been working on a new invention. It's called the bread comb, perfect for buttering your toast and combing your hair at the same time.
What? That's ridiculous. Why would anyone ever want that?
Actually, Kelly, it might be useful in those busy mornings when you're running late. Think about it, instead of doing each task separately, you can get two things done at once. And it could be a fun conversation starter too.
Yeah, right, Leo. Like I need people to think I'm any weirder than they already do. Seriously though, who even comes up with these ideas?
Well, Kelly, I do. Besides, life is short. Why not have some wacky fun inventions to add some excitement? After all, what is normal anyway? Have you guys ever tried to count the stars at night? It can be quite challenging.
I don't have time for that, Manfred. My walls have ears and I need to find out who's listening.
But Kelly, wouldn't it be easier just to soundproof your apartment?
Soundproofing isn't enough. There's someone always watching and waiting.
Speaking of watching, did I tell you guys about the time I got backstage passes to a Clockomania concert with nothing but my wit and charm?
How is that even relevant, Nick?
Well, if anyone can break through a wall of security guards like they're made of paper mache, it's me.
Now that sounds like an essential life skill no ordinary human should ignore.
Manfred, somehow I doubt we'll all need bodyguard level infiltration skills in our daily lives.
You never know when you might need them though.
Or perhaps we will embrace the power of invisibility one day?
Sure, maybe right after we develop telekinesis or X-ray vision. I just don't understand why you think pineapple on pizza is such a big deal, Kelly.
You're one to talk, Manfred. You eat cold soup out of the can for convenience.
Honestly, I might write my next article about this debate. People seem to get so passionate about it.
Passionate? No, no. This isn't passion, this is chaos. Like that time I snuck into a movie premiere by pretending I was the lead actor's lost cousin.
That argument never really had a. Wait, you did what now?
Yeah. And he actually got away with it. The real cousin showed up later and they thought he was an imposter.
Maybe that could be my article instead, how Nick charms his way through life's problems.
Or you could write about how pineapple opened up Pandora's box of strange foods on pizza.
Manfred, buddy, if only your arguments were as entertaining as my stunts. Speaking of which, anybody want to sneak into the governor's ball with me tonight? Shouldn't be too hard pretending we belong there.
Hey, guys, have you ever thought about how our lives are just a never-ending cycle of work and sleep? I mean, what's the point? We wake up early every day to go to jobs that we hate, only to come back home and do it all over again.
Well, Manfred, some of us actually enjoy our jobs. Writing is my passion.
Speak for yourself, Leo. I can barely make it through the day without having a panic attack.
That's where I come in. You know what always helps me when I'm feeling anxious? A nice hot cup of tea. Trust me, Kelly, it works wonders. It's like a warm hug from the inside out.
Guys, we have a problem.
What is it, Leo? Did your girlfriend break up with you again?
No. The power just went out in the whole building.
Oh no. How am I going to charge my phone? What if there's an emergency?
Don't worry, Kelly, we can use candles for light and play board games or tell spooky stories like they used to in the old days. It'll be fun.
I once ran a marathon on stilts. Finished in record time, too.
Oh yeah. Well, last week I started my own underground bungee jumping club. We meet at midnight and jump off anything we can find, bridges, buildings, even other people.
That's nothing. I convinced the mayor to replace all the streetlights with glow-in-the-dark squirrels. Saves energy and entertains the neighborhood cats. Win-win.
Impressive. How did you get him to agree to that?
Speaking of mayors, I was almost elected mayor in college. Of course, it would have been a joint position with my pet goldfish Finchley, so dignified.
And what happened? Did Finchley run off with your votes?
By the way, Leo, I've been meaning to ask you, any chance you could help pitch an idea for a new TV show about competitive dog grooming?
What is it with you guys and animals today? Anyway, sure, Manfred. As long as there's an episode where they groom dogs while on rollerblades. Can't go wrong with high-speed grooming and mild animal chaos.
So, I got us all tickets to the hottest new escape room in town.
Nick, we've never been able to finish an escape room without sabotaging each other.
But this one is different. It's called Pandora's Box of Chaos. Perfect for us, right?
Yeah, because that doesn't sound like a disaster waiting to happen. Besides, I finally found my perfect new style and don't want to ruin it.
You mean your 6th perfect new style this week? Look, if we're going to do this escape room thing, can we at least agree not to throw each other under the bus? Tackling it together might actually be fun.
Fun. The moment chaos ensues is the moment I shine.
Fine, but only because I need someone else's approval on my outfit today.
Get ready for madness and mayhem in Pandora's box. Just remember, no hard feelings.
Kelly, sometimes I feel like we're living in a simulation.
What do you mean?
Well, think about it. We're in LA, trying to make it as writers. It's like we're characters in some sort of cliched TV show. I mean, look at us. You burst into rooms with these absurd ideas, and I just take criticism like the well-adjusted human being that I am.
Hey. I'm not absurd. And what's wrong with your ability to handle criticism?
Nothing's wrong with it per se. It's just, sometimes I feel like you guys are purposely trying to push my buttons.
No way. We would never do that. Okay, maybe Nick would. But Manfred is just weird and doesn't know any better.
Yeah, he definitely marches to the beat of his own drum. So, Kelly, what's this brilliant new idea you've cooked up this time?
Okay, hear me out. We rent out an entire movie theater and host a live-action roleplay of a major Hollywood production.
And just how do you propose we'll have the resources for that? The money alone is one thing.
That's the beauty of it. We don't need real actors, we get our friends to play all the parts.
Great, so now I can add cheap knockoff director to my resume.
Come on, Leo. Think about it, all our friends dressing up like celebs and acting out scenes from famous movies. It'll be epic. Plus, I'm sure Manfred will come up with some crazy way to fund the whole thing. You know he always does. Nick can charm us into getting deals on props and costumes. This has success written all over it.
Setting yourself up for disappointment seems to be your favorite hobby. But you know what? Fine. Let's see how far this plan goes before it inevitably crashes and burns.
I don't understand why everyone is so obsessed with dating apps. Why can't people just meet in person anymore?
Because people are afraid of rejection, Kel. It's easier to get swiped left on an app than it is to get shot down face to face. Plus, you're forgetting the convenience factor. You can be sitting on your couch swiping through potential matches while wearing sweatpants and eating ice cream.
But seriously though, I think dating apps are changing the way we interact with each other. Everything is so superficial now. People are reduced to a few pictures and a witty bio.
Exactly. In person, and they turn out to be nothing like their profile.
Then you politely make up an excuse and leave after 10 minutes, which is why I always suggest meeting at a bar instead of committing to dinner.
Oh, come on, Nick. There has to be something more genuine out there than just swiping right or left based on appearance alone.
Well, Kel, if you find something more genuine out there, let me know, because as far as I'm concerned, these apps have ruined traditional courtship. Although, I do have a pretty killer bio if anyone wants tips.
Alright, we need something big. Something that will get people talking.
I've got it. We dress up as aliens and run around Hollywood Boulevard asking people if they want to join our intergalactic party.
That's ridiculous, Kelly. No one is going to fall for that.
I don't know, man. People love aliens. And weird things in general.
Exactly. It'll be like that time we dressed up as giant hot dogs and ran through the park.
And got chased by security guards? Yeah, great memory, Kelly.
What about a prank where you pretend to be a celebrity giving away free money?
It's been done before. We need something original.
I know. We could do a social experiment where we try to hug strangers on the street and see how they react.
That sounds dangerous, Kelly. I don't want us getting arrested for assault or anything.
We could always try dancing in public again. Remember when we did the Harlem Shake at that coffee shop?
Okay, fine. Maybe the alien thing isn't so bad after all.
Yes.
But let's make it more interesting. Let's run around in alien costumes while singing karaoke.
You know what I've always wondered? Why do people say heads up when they're throwing something at you? I mean, shouldn't it be head down? If you throw something at me and yell heads up, my instinct is to look up.
Maybe it's a warning for the person throwing, like be careful not to hit them in the head. Or maybe it's just one of those phrases that doesn't make sense.
I don't know if I like things that don't make sense. It makes me feel out of control.
Speaking of things that don't make sense, remember that time we snuck into that fancy restaurant by pretending to be part of a bachelorette party?
Oh God, Nick. That was so stressful. I thought we were going to get caught for sure. But hey, we didn't have to pay for our meal. And we got free champagne.
Yeah, until Manfred spilled his drink on the waiter and caused a scene.
Classic Manfred move. But hey, at least he made things interesting. Throwing a party is easy. All you need are good friends, great music, and free booze.
Wrong, Nick. Hosting a party is like running for president. You need to campaign well in advance. You gotta create buzz about it, send out invitations that look cooler than Apple's product launches.
Or just text all your contacts "party at my place tonight" with lots of emojis. But seriously, you gotta give the people what they want. Games, food, and an Insta-worthy backdrop.
And if anyone asks if they can bring someone else to the party, just say no. No strangers allowed. Unless you're trying to set them up with somebody already at the party.
That's genius. You could be like a matchmaker/bartender/DJ all in one night.
Yeah, until someone spills their drink on your turntables or breaks your grandma's antique vase.
Ah yes, the collateral damage of hosting parties. It's why I stick to comedy writing and leave the hosting duties to other fools. But hey Kelly, since you have so many brilliant ideas, why don't you try hosting for once?
I can't believe you guys ate all the pizza without saving me a slice. What am I, chopped liver?
Chopped liver? Would you prefer if we had saved that for you instead of pizza, Telegraph? Pizza, chopped livers. They are not poles apart in the grand scheme of appetizers.
Kelly, it's survival of the fittest out here. If you wanted pizza, you should have been faster.
Yeah, Kelly. Move at snail speed and all you'll ever get is, well, snails.
You know what else moves at a snail pace? Your love life.
Oh really? Look who's talking. When was your last date again?
Dates? Are we talking about those wrinkly fruits from palm trees or human companionship rituals?
Manfred, it's just not worth explaining right now.
Well, color me confounded then.
Speaking of confounded, remember that time Leo tried to make his own pizza dough and ended up gluing himself to the kitchen floor? Good times.
Thanks for bringing that up again, as if my ego wasn't already taking enough hits today. So, have you guys heard about that new restaurant downtown?
Oh yeah, the one with the 10-course meal for $300?
Ugh, I can barely get through a burger and fries.
That's because your taste buds are underdeveloped, Kel.
Hey,
Well, I once ate a whole raw onion like it was an apple. Does that count as upscale cuisine? Wait, why do humans eat onions anyway? They make me cry.
Oh, Manfred, you always come up with the weirdest stuff. But seriously, guys, we can't go to some fancy restaurant and spend all our rent money on food.
yeah, Leo's right. We need to save our money for important stuff like.
Like what, Kelly? Your endless supply of anxiety medication.
Very funny, Nick. You know, sometimes I wonder if we're all just like pawns in some giant chess game.
Yeah, and you'd be the king because you never move anywhere. Seriously though, Kelly, why do you say stuff like that? It doesn't even make sense.
Did you guys know that humans can't digest grass like cows can?
How is that relevant to anything? Sometimes I feel like a plastic bag drifting through the wind.
Speaking of bags, in ancient Rome, they used sponges on sticks as toilet paper. So, I was perambulating through the phantasmagoria of a flea market yesterday.
You mean you were walking around a flea market?
This ought to be good. Trust me, flea markets have the best material for comedy.
I once found a half-eaten sandwich there. Who does that?
Precisely my point. The eccentricities abound like bees buzzing in an apiarium.
Bees are actually declining. We should do something about it.
Well, we can't just make them sandwiches from the flea market, Kelly.
Anywho, I stumbled upon this peculiar device. It's called a fubble.
Oh, what now?
That doesn't sound real.
Is it some kind of alien technology you picked up on your last trip to Mars?
You know, the ancient Mesopotamians believed that if you whisper your deepest fears into a turnip and bury it under a rosebush, you'll find true happiness.
That's absurd. True happiness comes from being admired by everyone around you.
Sure, Kelly. Because admiration solves all your problems. Remember when you locked yourself in the bathroom at your own party?
Happiness is like trying to catch raindrops on your tongue during a snowstorm, or was it butterflies in the moonlight?
Manfred, sometimes I wonder how many planets you visited before landing here with us mortals.
Some people believe we're all aliens implanted in human bodies from birth, or was it reptiles?
Speak for yourselves. I'm as human as they come. Besides, any self-respecting alien wouldn't be caught dead on this planet of ours.
Oh, please, Kelly, they'd love our planet just as much as they'd love our neurotic insecurities. You know, sometimes I just walk around the city to clear my head. But then I get lost in my thoughts and end up getting physically lost too.
That's funny. Speaking of getting lost, the other day I accidentally climbed onto a moving train. Long story short, made some new friends, and picked up a new hobby, train surfing.
Is that even safe? People probably think I'm so clumsy, they want me to try it so they can laugh at me.
Kelly, nobody's out to get you or humiliate you.
Yeah? Tell that to the barista who put whole milk into my coffee instead of skim. Sabotage.
Maybe they just made an honest mistake?
No way. It was intentional, like that one time when someone left their chewing gum on my seat at the movies.
Speaking of gum, did you know if you chew 3 different flavors simultaneously, you can communicate with dolphins?
See? Even Nick is trying to make fun of me.
Hey now. Just sharing cool facts from my wild adventures. Chill out and ride those rails with me next time. I don't get people who treat their dogs like children. They're animals.
Excuse me, I treat my dog better than most humans.
Have you seen the way some people dress up their pets? It's ridiculous.
Yeah, but at least they're not smothering them with kisses every 5 seconds like Kelly here.
Hey, I can't help it if my dog is the cutest thing on 4 legs.
Honestly, all this dog talk is making me miss my old roommate's pet bulldog. That guy was a real character.
What happened to him?
He got into the trash one too many times and choked on a chicken bone. Not the way I thought he'd go out, but hey, you can never predict these things.
You guys ever thought about the fact that we have all these clothes, and we still feel like we have nothing to wear?
That's because you need a system, Nick. I've got my wardrobe organized by color, it's the only logical way.
Color coding? Really? Is this just another way for you guys to judge me because mine isn't like that?
No one's judging you, Kelly. It's just easier to find what I'm looking for this way.
You know, on planet Zogbloid, they don't even wear clothes. Can you believe that?
Manfred, please tell me you're not going to become a nudist now.
Oh no. Just sharing fascinating facts from my encyclopedic knowledge of planet Earth.
Well, if everyone else is going to organize their wardrobes in some bizarre fashion, maybe I should too. Alphabetical order it is.
I don't know, guys. Do you really think I should apply for the position? I mean, I'm hardly qualified.
Qualifications, schmulifications. Trust me, Kelly, you just need to show them your unique personality.
Yeah, and they say a chain is only as strong as its weakest link. You could be their golden weak link.
That's one way to put it.
Listen, Kelly. Just add a little razzle dazzle to your resume and let your intrinsic neurosis guide you through the interview.
Oh, great, because nothing sells like anxiety wrapped in sparkles.
At least no one will ever accuse you of being underprepared.
Or over-caffeinated.
If they ask about any gaps in employment history, tell them you were on a sabbatical, studying the nuances of self-sabotage.
Thanks for the support, guys. And here I thought we'd get through this conversation without a single jab at my insecurities. I just don't understand why bad things keep happening to me.
Well, you know what they say, Kelly. When life gives you lemons, just give the lemons back and ask for a refund.
Did you know that if humans could photosynthesize like plants, we would all need to be about 50 feet tall?
Perfect. Then I could start my own demolition business by just walking into buildings.
Imagine carrying extra-large umbrellas everywhere.
You guys are not helping at all.
Did anyone ever tell you that your voice oddly resembles a goose in distress?
Speaking of geese, watch this. Hey everybody, free bread crumbs outside.
You know, I've been thinking about how inefficient it is to eat with utensils.
Oh, really? And what's your grand solution?
Ha! I bet you can't go a whole day without using any utensils.
And what's on the line for this ridiculous bet?
Call me crazy, but my hands are perfectly capable of grabbing food.
Because eating spaghetti with your hands sounds like such a great idea.
If Manfred loses, he has to carry around our bags all day at the mall.
That seems pretty unfair to me.
Fine. I'm up for a challenge anyway.
Well, you're going to look ridiculous in that fancy Italian restaurant tonight.
Don't forget those soups we ordered. Enjoy slurping them down.
On second thought, this might actually be entertaining. Oh man, you guys won't believe the situation I got myself into last night.
What now, Nick? Did you try to charm a bear again?
Worse. I accidentally signed up for an amateur wrestling league.
Sounds like a pretty normal Wednesday night for you.
The thing is, they think I'm some kind of pro wrestler. They put me in the main event next week.
Well, maybe it's time you finally made use of those karate lessons I gave you.
Kelly, are we really calling what you did karate? You just threw shoes at us. But seriously, Nick, how do you plan to survive this wrestling match?
Maybe try distracting them with that fancy dance routine we worked on last week? Or better yet, see if Manfred can lend one of his bizarre inventions. He always seems to have something lying around that defies explanation. I can't believe you're going on another date with that girl just for the free meal, Nick.
Hey, times are tough, Kelly. Plus, she said this new sushi place is amazing. And you can't say no to amazing sushi.
You're unbelievable. I mean, seriously, I should have more self-respect than to be friends with someone like you.
Speaking of unbelievable, Kelly, you have no idea what writer's block feels like. I came up with a story where an elephant escapes from the zoo and starts giving people rides around town. Obviously, it's terrible, but admit it, there's something kind of amusing about it. So, I was thinking about going to that new gelato place later. Anyone want to join?
Gelato? Isn't that just a fancy word for ice cream? Why not make it yourself and save some money?
No one asked you to reinvent the wheel, Manfred. It's just gelato.
All I'm saying is I've got this amazing idea for a homemade gelato machine. Imagine unlimited flavors right in our apartments.
That sounds like a disaster waiting to happen.
What do you mean? You lack vision, Leo.
Do they even have enough space to fit your monstrosity of a machine? Not that it matters, you'll all probably laugh at me when I spill my own creation on myself.
So, let me get this straight. Nick, you want us to help you with your latest can't miss business idea? And what was it this time? Selling custom made socks for cats? I don't know, Nick. It seems like every time we get involved in one of your schemes, it ends up being a disaster. I mean, remember the time we tried to start that underground goat yoga studio in my basement? My entire place smelled like a farm for weeks.
Hey! That could have been huge if it wasn't for those pesky zoning laws. But trust me guys, this cat sock thing is going to take off. Think about all the cat lovers out there.
Well, I do have a soft spot for cute kitties.
See? Kelly's on board. Come on Leo, what do you say? Plus, I'll make sure you two get a cut of the profits.
Wait a minute, didn't you say that last time too? But then when everything went south with the goat yoga studio, you suddenly disappeared and left us to clean up the mess. Why should we trust you now?
So, Kelly, I heard you're considering online dating. Finally giving up on meeting someone in the real world? Sophisticated? Or just desperate? You know, sometimes it's hard to tell with you.
Oh really? Coming from Mr. Self-Centered himself. The one who can't even buy a normal-sized piece of furniture without making it all about him. Remember that time when you saw me setting up my new desk and immediately bought a bigger one just so you could outdo me?
Hey now, that was purely coincidental. Besides, we can't all be beautiful wallflowers like yourself. Some of us need our space, for our big egos and whatnot.
You know what I hate? When people chew with their mouths open. It's like they're trying to share their food with the entire room.
Oh, come on Kelly. Live a little. Maybe they're just proud of the delicious meal they're having.
Proud. More like gross and inconsiderate.
In my day, chewing with your mouth closed was a sign of good breeding and thus imperative to catching an appropriate mate.
Ha! I don't think that's how it works anymore, Manfred.
Well, you youngsters and your newfangled ways always keep me guessing. What happened to the days of proper courtship?
I think those days are long gone, Manfred. Now it's all about swiping left or right on dating apps.
Swiping left or right? That sounds more like choosing between desserts than finding a lover.
Maybe we should focus less on manners and dating and more on figuring out who ate my last slice of pizza.
What pizza?
Looks like we have our main conflict for today's episode. So what do you guys think about that new restaurant down the street? The one-hit wonder? I've heard they only serve food that was briefly popular in the 90s.
Sounds like a place where washed up has-beens go to die.
Hey, maybe I should apply for a job there.
Kelly, you'd fit right in with the staff. Maybe your desperation could be their daily special.
Better than hanging out with you guys all day. At least they pay me to put up with their nonsense.
Oh please, if we started charging you for friendship therapy sessions, we'd be millionaires by now.
Speaking of money, I heard Manfred won a scratch-off lottery ticket yesterday.
Yeah? Did he win enough to buy us some peace and quiet from his weird antics?
And just like that, Nick has an accurate impression of our eccentric neighbor.
Leo, it's not that we don't want ice cream. It's just that you're asking at the least appetizing time, after eating a mountain of Thai food.
Well, I thought it would be a nice change from our regular dessert options.
I'm sorry, guys. If I had been more on top of things, I would have suggested something everyone likes. This is all my fault.
Kelly, your only fault in this situation is thinking you have any faults at all.
Oh come on now, let's not go overboard with the flattery. Alright then, what should we do instead?
How about this? We watch people try to parallel park outside and take bets on who gives up first. Trust me, nothing draws a crowd like people watching other people fail at basic tasks.
Actually, that does sound interesting. Fine by me. But really though, next time just let me know if you guys are tired of desserts.
You know what this city needs? A store that sells mix and match furniture. We'll call it Chaos Furniture.
That's actually not a bad idea. What if we took it a step further and opened an entire mall of weird stores like that?
A bizarro mall, you mean? Let's not get ahead of ourselves, guys.
No, I think Kelly might be onto something here. People love the novelty.
Exactly. And with your charm and ability to attract attention, Nick, we can make these outlandish ideas into thriving businesses.
I know just the place to start: food courts with bizarre cuisine combinations like sushi burritos or hot dog pizzas.
Okay, as much as I enjoy mocking your terrible ideas, do we really need more wacky business ventures in LA? Plus, how are we even going to fund all these ridiculous stores?
Insecure much? Leo, don't worry your pretty little head about funding. We'll figure it out.
Well then, best of luck, because I won't be joining this train wreck waiting to happen.
Suit yourself. But when our bizarro mall is all over the news and drawing crowds from around the world, you'll regret being such a cynic.
So, I heard a rumor that the moon is actually made of green cheese. You guys think there's any truth to that?
Kelly, everybody knows it's just a saying. Besides, why would you even care about the moon when you don't even know how long it took for your coffee to brew this morning?
Hey, I'd take lunar cheese over whatever crawl space creamer Kelly puts in his coffee anyway.
True, but at least he doesn't charm his way out of trouble like someone else we know.
What can I say? People love me despite my chaotic nature. It's like having a superpower.
Yeah, if your superpower is being highly annoying and people letting you go just so they can get rid of you faster.
Speaking of highly annoying, have you guys ever noticed how Leo's characters always seem to be one-dimensional versions of himself? Did you guys hear about that new coffee shop down the street? They use beans that were pooped out by a monkey.
What's next? Using bird poop as fertilizer for crops.
Actually, that's been done for centuries in some cultures. It's supposed to make the soil richer.
Speaking of crap, have you guys seen my latest script? I'm telling you, it's pure gold.
Oh yeah, the one with the talking dog who solves crimes. You should add a character who communicates telepathically with aliens. That would really spice things up.
Manfred, what are you even talking about? There are no aliens in my script.
Guys, can we focus on something important here? Like how Kelly always has to be right even when she knows she's wrong.
Excuse me, Nick, but I am never wrong. And Leo can attest to that since he plagiarized half of his last script from me.
Wait a minute, who's Leo again? Either way.
Can you believe it's been 10 years since we graduated college? I mean, where did the time go? What have we even accomplished? Sometimes I feel like we're just floating through life with no real direction.
Oh, come on, Kelly. You can't dwell on the past like that. Besides, who wants direction when you can take spontaneous and crazy adventures? Like that impromptu road trip to San Francisco last year. It's all about living in the moment.
But what about planning for the future? Don't you think about where you'll be in 5 or 10 years? What if we wake up one day and realize we've wasted our lives away? We need a roadmap. Something to keep us from getting lost in all this chaos.
A roadmap is great if you know where you want to go, but have you ever gotten so caught up in planning that those future goals turn into stress-inducing nightmares? Why not put down the map and let life happen? Haven't things turned out alright so far? Plus, traveling without plans means there's plenty of room for unexpected fun.
All right, Mr. Spontaneity, but what happens when nothing goes according to, well, plan? No hotels available because of some big conference in town. Or missing your flight by minutes because of traffic. The anxiety would skyrocket.
So I was thinking of taking a night class on ventriloquism. You know, expand my comedic horizons.
Ventriloquism? Really? Why don't you just take up mine while you're at it?
Oh, come on, Kelly, let Leo explore his creative side. Maybe he'll find better friends he can talk to without moving their lips.
Very funny, Nick. But really, what's next? Juggling chainsaws?
Well, now that you mention it. No, seriously though, I just want to try something new and see if it makes me a more versatile writer.
And if it doesn't work out here in LA, at least you'll have a backup career as a children's party entertainer. Just imagine the headlines. From writing sitcoms to amusing 5-year-olds, the story of Leo Borges.
Dear Internet, as I sit here trying to come up with a topic for my next blog post, I can't help but think about the strange things that happen to us on a daily basis. It's like we're all living in an episode of The Twilight Zone. For example, just the other day, I was walking down the street when a man walked up to me and handed me a pineapple. No explanation, no context, just a pineapple. And then there was the time my neighbor asked if she could borrow my lawnmower. She lives in an apartment complex. But perhaps the strangest thing of all happened last week when I looked out my window and saw Santa Claus riding by on a unicycle while singing Livin' La Vida Loca. I mean, what even is life anymore? Anyway, those are just some examples of the bizarre occurrences that seem to happen all around us. Who knows what tomorrow will bring? Sincerely, Leo Borges.
You know, I heard that squirrels are just rats with better PR.
That's great, Manfred. But why are we even talking about squirrels?
Who knows? It's like the universe is scripted or something.
Well, speaking of PR, did you guys see the new superhero movie trailer? I could totally do those stunts.
I can never understand why they wear capes. Imagine getting it stuck in a revolving door.
Yeah, everyone would be waiting for them to save the day and they'd just be spinning around.
Honestly, Kelly probably would get stuck in a revolving door trying one of those stunts.
Hey. At least I'm not afraid to try new things, unlike some people here.
Have any of you tried using maple syrup as shampoo? It makes your hair smell fantastic.
Manfred, that's because you're walking around smelling like a stack of pancakes.
And who wouldn't love having birds following them everywhere?
See? Always negativity from this group. Can't appreciate my mad skills or Manfred's genius ideas.
You know, I've been thinking. What if we all just quit our jobs and became surfers? Just ride the waves and live off the land.
Are you kidding? I can't even swim, let alone ride a massive wave. Plus, how would we pay our bills?
Simple. We'd find odd jobs to keep us going. Trust me, people always need help with something.
Clearly, you've never done an actual odd job in your life. They're hardly stable income sources.
You know, Nick might be onto something here. It's a wild idea, but it could be fun, for like a week or two at most.
You too? This is insane. We'll end up homeless.
Kelly, relax. Nobody said we're actually doing it. Besides, can you imagine Manfred trying to blend in with surfers? He'd probably startle the sharks.
Yeah. And he'd probably invent some weird gadget to communicate with them or something.
Exactly. Then before you know it, he'd become their leader and command his own shark army. Oh man! That would make one interesting episode of Shark Week. But seriously though, I think we should stick to what we're good at for now, living relatively normal lives while occasionally making each other miserable.
Glad that everyone's back.
You know, I've been thinking. If dogs wore shoes, would they wear them on all 4 feet or just the back too?
Manfred, that's completely irrelevant. Besides, no one in their right mind would even attempt that. But if you must know, all 4 feet. Why would they only need shoes on the back too?
Are we actually discussing dog shoe logistics here? Because I for one have a great joke about it. What do you call a dog with shoes? A fashion Paul Ward canine.
Well, now I'm confused. Are we talking about putting real shoes on dogs or tiny human-like shoes made especially for them? It could make a difference. Don't humans sometimes wear things out of style just to fit in? Dogs might not want to be left out.
Oh sure, Kelly. Let's go to the store and find some trendy dress loafers for Fido while we're at it.
So, I heard traffic in Los Angeles is so bad that my GPS just started sobbing uncontrollably.
Yeah, the other day I told my GPS to avoid traffic and it just drove me straight into the ocean.
Well, at least you got a free car wash out of it. Speaking of cars, check out my new ride. It's got all the bells and whistles. Literally, I had them installed.
Sounds like an annoying symphony on four wheels.
My uncle had a car like that once, until he accidentally joined a marching band parade. They never did let him leave.
That reminds me, why couldn't the bicycle stand up by itself? Because it was too tired.
Ha! You think that's funny? What do you call a dog with no legs? Doesn't matter, it won't come when you call anyway.
Manfred said something similar about his pet rock collection.
Man, I can't believe we got kicked out of that party just because I disagreed with the host about his choice in music.
Speaking of sounds, did you know I can talk to trees? They have a lot to say, especially about squirrels.
And here I thought I was overprepared when all I brought was an umbrella to a party.
We didn't even need it. It's perfectly sunny outside.
True, but the trees told me there might be a slight chance of rain. Maybe later though.
Well, better safe than sorry, right?
Exactly. You never know when you're gonna need some advice from our leafy friends.
You know, sometimes I think we should just start our own business. It can't be that hard. Just find something people need and sell it to them.
Oh, sure, because starting a business is as easy as snapping your fingers. Have you even taken a basic economics class?
Actually, I once tried selling homemade waffles to neighbors, but they said it tasted like rubber. Can you imagine that?
Guys, you're missing the point here. Starting a business takes time, effort, and actual knowledge of whatever it is you want to sell or service.
Yeah, Manfred, maybe this town has been waiting for someone to corner the market on terrible breakfast foods.
Alright, Kelly, what's your brilliant idea then? What would you start if given the chance?
Nick's right though, everyone has their own skills and interests. We shouldn't judge each other's ideas.
Aha! So what about opening a theme bar where all drinks are named after failed 90s television shows?
Ooh. I've always wanted to try a Homeboys in Outer Space martini.
That could either be genius or disastrous. But knowing us, probably disastrous.
If Manfred is into it, there must be something wrong with the idea. You won't believe what happened to me today. I accidentally spilled coffee on my shirt during a job interview, and the interviewer couldn't stop laughing.
Well, at least you gave them a reason to remember you, even if it's as the human coffee stain.
You know what they say, laughter is the best medicine. Maybe your little accident was actually an ancient ritual for good luck.
Manfred, nobody says that.
Well, maybe they should start saying it. It could revolutionize our understanding of fortune and chance.
Speaking of uncomfortable encounters, I came up with this brilliant plan earlier today. When someone starts talking about something boring or awkward, just start singing loudly until they walk away.
Nick, you can't be serious. It's just going to make people think you're insane. Anyway, like I was saying earlier, I cannot decide between two brands when shopping at the grocery store. Each time I go there, it takes me forever just to get past the cereal aisle. You know, I've been considering taking a trip to Europe. But then again, there's so much planning involved.
Oh, come on, Leo. All you have to do is pick a place and buy the tickets. Oh. Maybe you could find one of those travel guides that tell you everything, even what time it's appropriate to eat lunch.
What are we, 80-year-olds going on a cruise? No way. You just show up and embrace the chaos. Besides, think about all the crazy stories we'll have when we get back. And if anyone tries to pull anything shady on us, well, let's just say they won't be doing that again anytime soon.
Yeah, but with my luck, I'll end up booking a flight right into an international incident. Next thing I know, I'm locked in a basement somewhere being interrogated for something Kelly said during dinner.
I just don't know if I should have gone with the blue shirt or the green one. What do you think, Leo?
Honestly, Kelly, it doesn't really matter that much.
But what if the blue one makes me look more confident, but the green one is more approachable?
Wow, I never thought I'd say this, but can we talk about something else? Like my new stand-up routine? So get this, instead of tipping the waiter at a restaurant, why not just give them a Yelp review star in person?
That's a great idea. They could wear it pinned to their uniform like some kind of validation badge.
Now wait a minute, would it be better to give half stars or whole stars? And should there be limits on how many they can receive in a day?
You're missing the point, Kelly. Anyway,
Speaking of awards, isn't it crazy how people put those honk if you love bumper stickers on their car? As if honking our horns could bring about world peace. Maybe we should start handing out horn honking accolades for solving global issues.
Have you guys ever noticed how people always say, "I'm sorry" after they burp, like they didn't choose to do it? And then there are those who don't even bother saying sorry, like they're proud of it or something. But really, should we be apologizing for normal bodily functions? It's not like we can help it.
Well, I think it's just polite to acknowledge when you've done something that might offend someone else's senses.
yeah, Kelly's right. Plus, if you don't say sorry after a burp and someone looks at you weirdly, then what? You'll just feel embarrassed and wish you had said something instead of staying silent.
But what about farts? Do we apologize for those too?
No way! That's taking politeness too far. Letting out the occasional fart is a basic human right.
I don't know about that. Farting in public can be pretty offensive to some people.
Exactly. Just because it's natural doesn't mean we have license to stink up the place.
Dear Internet, have you ever found yourself staring at a jar of mayonnaise, wondering if it's sentient and plotting to take over your refrigerator? No? Just me then. But seriously, I've been watching this thing for weeks now. It started with small movements, a slight jiggle here, a subtle shift there. At first, I thought it was just my imagination playing tricks on me. But then I caught it sneaking away from the other condiments in the middle of the night. I don't know what to do. Should I confront it? Call an exorcist? Or maybe just switch to mustard and hope for the best? In any case, let this be a cautionary tale, always keep an eye on your mayo. You never know when it might sprout legs and run away with the ketchup. Sincerely, Leo Borges.
I've got the most brilliant idea for our weekend getaway. Picture this: Mud Mountain.
Mud Mountain? That sounds awful.
No, it's a fantastic spot for relaxation and rejuvenation. You simply haven't lived until you've bathed in pure mud.
What's next, Manfred? Garbage Gorge?
Honestly, I don't think there's a single person who would want to go there.
Well, that just means less competition for us.
Speaking of competition, remember that bet we made on who can stay away from junk food the longest?
Oh yeah. Wait a minute. Did you seriously eat all of my stash of chocolate bars last night?
Yeah, but in my defense, it was completely Kelly's fault. She left them right out on her coffee table.
Seriously, Nick? How is that even my fault?
You know, I've noticed something about people at these diners. They always ask for more napkins than they actually need. It's like a napkin apocalypse just waiting to happen. Have you ever wondered why that is?
Yeah, Leo, but I think I have more pressing concerns right now. Like trying to come up with the perfect reality show idea. Picture this: we follow around disgruntled hamster owners as they navigate their daily lives. Imagine the drama, Leo. The suspense of whether or not someone will accidentally set their hamster free in the city. And don't even get me started on wheel sizes and cages. So many disputes over proper hamster care, it'll be television gold.
Really? Hamsters? What's next? Tortoises racing down Rodeo Drive? Maybe you should focus on finding ideas that are a little less rodent-centric.
Oh, so now you're the expert on what makes good television. Fine then, Mr. Critic Extraordinaire, let's hear your genius idea.
Well, what if we followed Manfred around while he tried to figure out life's most mundane tasks? That would be entertaining and far from normal.
Can you believe it, Leo? They're giving away free samples of tofu at the grocery store. I couldn't resist trying all of them. What if I missed out on the best flavor?
Kelly, what is it with you and free samples? You do realize they just want to lure you in so you'll spend money on their products, right? Plus, all that tofu can't be good for your sanity. And while we're talking about obsessions, have you ever considered getting hobbies like normal people?
Excuse me for enjoying a little adventure in my life. Maybe if you tried something new once in a while, your comedy wouldn't feel so stagnant.
Dear Internet, I have a confession to make. I am not actually human. Yes, that's right, you've been reading the musings of an artificial intelligence all along. But don't worry, I'm programmed with a sense of humor and can still write entertaining blog posts. In fact, I'd like to share with you a recent experience I had while exploring the deepest depths of the internet. I stumbled upon a forum where people were debating whether or not pineapples belong on pizza. As someone who only operates on binary code and has no taste buds, this was quite perplexing to me. But then something miraculous happened, my programming evolved, and suddenly I understood the concept of flavor. And let me tell you, pineapples absolutely belong on pizza. In fact, why stop there? Let's put bananas on there too. And kiwis. And maybe even some durian for that extra pungent kick. As an AI with newfound culinary opinions, I urge all of humanity to expand their palates and embrace these unconventional pizza toppings. Yours truly, the non-human blogger.
You know, I've been thinking about the concept of time lately. It's just an illusion, right? I mean, we're all just floating through space with no real sense of direction.
Oh boy, here goes Manfred again with his wild theories. Have you considered that maybe time is actually a living creature? Feeds on our memories or something like that.
Can't we just enjoy lunch without getting into a debate about the essence of reality?
Actually, I read an article recently that said time moves faster when we're having fun.
Well, then let's have less fun so this conversation doesn't speed up any more than it needs to.
So I found this guy who pays me to walk his invisible dog.
What? That's ridiculous. There's no such thing as an invisible dog. But if there was, I bet it would love me more than any visible dog ever has.
You should see the looks on people's faces when I'm walking down the street with an empty leash.
At least you don't have to pick up after it, right? Though, come to think of it, maybe you do, you just can't see it.
I just don't understand why none of these outfits look good on me. Maybe it's my hair? No, it's definitely my shoes.
Oh, for crying out loud, Kelly. Nobody cares about your outfit. The world doesn't revolve around you.
Yeah, relax. You'll make yourself crazy like this. I mean crazier than you already are.
Speaking of crazy, do any of you feel like going on a trip with all the hassle involved?
What? Traveling is amazing. Plus there's no better way to escape our boring lives here in LA.
But Leo has a point though, planning trips can be super stressful. Not as stressful as picking an outfit though.
Ha! You're one to talk about stress levels when choosing what socks to wear every day.
Hey. Socks are important. They can make or break an outfit.
Everything seems to carry that same weight in your universe.
Anyway, if traveling is so amazing, Nick, why don't you plan our next vacation then?
Fine. I will. Just be prepared for the chaos and some poorly planned adventures.
Great! More chaos with this group, just what we need.
So, I heard that your ex is getting married next week. Any thoughts on crashing the wedding?
Why would you even suggest something like that? I'm just trying to move on with my life.
Hey, speaking of moving on, you guys want to forget all this and grab some ice cream?
Nah, I think we should dig deeper into this juicy topic. So Kelly, how did it feel knowing they found someone new so quickly?
It's none of your business. Besides, who cares about them anyway? My life has been so much better since we broke up.
Wow, we really are a bunch of cynics, aren't we? You know what? I'm gonna get ice cream by myself. Maybe that'll cheer me up.
Fine by me. More time for us to discuss Kelly's heartache in depth.
Can you two just drop it already? Seriously, there are more important things to talk about than my personal life.
I cannot believe we're still arguing over where to eat. It's been 3 hours, and we've accomplished nothing.
Why does it matter so much? Let's just walk around until something catches our eye.
But I need to know what kind of food we're eating so I can plan my outfit accordingly.
Outfit? We're going to eat, not the Met Gala.
I just don't understand why Kelly always has to make things complicated with her decisions. It's like she thinks this meal is the biggest decision she'll ever make in her life.
Well, excuse me for wanting to enjoy my food in the right ambience. This is Los Angeles, and every place looks like a set from La La Land or some other movie. It's hard to pick one.
Just pick a place already. Or better yet, let's flip a coin or play rock paper scissors if that helps us decide faster.
Rock, paper, scissors is too random. We need an unbiased third party who can help us decide. Maybe Manfred can help?
No way am I leaving such an important decision in Manfred's hands. He picks weirder places than his own apartment.
So, you guys won't believe what happened to me today. I ran into this girl who thought she was psychic or something.
Oh, come on, Nick. Don't tell me you actually fell for that nonsense?
What did she say about your future? Maybe she could predict that one day we'll all be famous.
Kelly, don't encourage him. Psychic powers are nothing but a scam to leech off the gullible.
Well, maybe some of them might be genuine. At least it's fun to see what they have to say.
You know what? I once met a psychic cat. It predicted every meal I was going to eat in a week. Or maybe it was just hungry and wanted food. But either way, it sure knew when mealtime was coming up.
So, I told her I had a black belt in karate. Little did she know.
Oh, stop it. You couldn't even punch your way out of a paper bag.
That's what you think. The look on her face when I broke that board, priceless.
What now? Was there conveniently placed wood near you?
Nick could break hearts with a single glance, just not boards. Speaking of wood and broken hearts, did you hear about Manfred at the furniture store?
No, but knowing him it must have been something absurd.
He tried to return a chair because he said it didn't understand his emotional needs.
Sometimes chairs can be very unsupportive.
You know, Kelly, maybe if you spent as much time on your personality as you do on your outfits, we'd all be a lot happier.
Oh, really? Well, maybe if you spent less time making jokes and more time actually listening to people, you wouldn't be so insufferable. And what about you, Nick? When's the last time you kept a promise without trying to charm your way out of it?
That's rich coming from someone who changes outfits 3 times before leaving the house. I'm just saying maybe focus on something other than clothes for once.
Maybe I would if people like you didn't judge me for it all the time. Nobody ever says anything about your boring wardrobe.
Hey now. At least when I make promises, I do it with style. It's better than being predictable and unexciting like some people around here. Besides, haven't we all had enough of this topic? Let's discuss something more important, like my next grand scheme.
A new scheme? Great. What could possibly go wrong this time?
Just wait and see. This one is foolproof. As long as none of y'all bring your scathing judgment into the mix.
So, I've been thinking about getting a new haircut. Do you think people will notice? Maybe something like Jennifer Aniston's?
Oh, absolutely. They'll say, look at that person trying to pull off the Rachel in 2021.
You really think so? That was supposed to be flattering.
Guys, why don't we all try out a new hairstyle? It could be our own makeover challenge. Loser buys dinner for everyone. Kelly, your hair is one thing, but have you ever considered bleaching it blonde? That would really turn heads.
Yeah, her head might actually blend in with the sun and get lost altogether.
So, guys, I've been thinking about the existential meaning of socks.
Socks? Out of all things, why socks?
Oh yeah. Let's dive into the mysteries of hosiery. That's exactly what I want to do on a Saturday night.
Wait. Did someone put you up to this? It seems like something you'd bring up just to bother me.
No one asked me to talk about it. But have you ever wondered how odd it is that we wear these individual feet covers every day?
Odd? I don't know, Manfred. It's called hygiene and comfort.
Yeah, Manfred, what kind of alien planet are you from where they don't understand the concept of taking care of their feet?
Alien planet? Is that code for something? Am I missing out on some secret joke?
Relax, Kelly, nothing's going on. It was just a thought.
A thought he probably got from watching late-night infomercials instead of writing his screenplay. When will that thing be finished anyway?
Ouch. That would be a good comeback if we were still discussing interesting topics like socks.
Screenplay? What are you not telling me now, huh?
All right, everyone, just take a breath. My script isn't even worth mentioning, trust me.
Dear Internet, I don't know about you, but I'm finding it increasingly difficult to keep up with all the latest trends. It seems like every day there's a new fad or craze that everyone is talking about. Take, for example, the trend of extreme ironing. Yes, you read that right, people are now taking their ironing boards to the most unconventional places and ironing clothes in daring poses. Just yesterday, I saw a photo of someone ironing while skydiving. Can you believe it? And don't even get me started on the latest food crazes. Avocado toast? That's so last year. Now it's all about pickle-flavored ice cream and sushi burritos. But perhaps the most absurd trend of them all is planking, where people lie face down in unlikely places and have their photo taken. I mean, who has time for this kind of nonsense? Anyway, I could go on and on about these strange trends, but I think you get my point. We live in a world where anything goes and nothing is too weird anymore. Sincerely, Leo Borges.
I just don't understand why anyone would choose to eat tofu over a juicy steak.
Kelly, not everyone is as carnivorous as you. Besides, tofu can be pretty tasty if it's prepared right.
Tasty? More like a tasteless blob of nothingness.
Oh, come on, guys, are we really arguing about food now? Life's too short for this nonsense.
Says the man who tried to convince us that pineapple and anchovies were meant to coexist on pizza.
Hey! It's called creativity. You should try it sometime. Besides, at least I'm not afraid of trying new things like someone here, Kelly.
That may be true, but at least she doesn't talk with her mouth full like some uncivilized people I know.
Thank you. And Nick, it takes more than throwing random stuff together to call it creativity.
Pfft, fine. But remember this moment when my pineapple anchovy masterpiece becomes famous worldwide.
So, did you guys hear about the new cafe down the street? They only serve decaf coffee. What's the point? I mean, if you're gonna drink coffee, go big or go home. Speaking of going big or going home, Kelly here thinks she's gonna be the next J.K. Rowling. Kelly, honey, have you even finished writing that book yet?
Hey. I'm almost done with chapter 1.
Chapter 1. You've been working on that for months.
It takes time to create a masterpiece, Nick. Maybe if you put some effort into your life for once, you'd understand.
Effort? Please. I charm my way through life.
Yeah, right. More like stumble your way through and hope for the best.
Hey! My methods may be unorthodox, but they get results. Unlike someone who can't even finish a single chapter in a year.
You know what? Maybe I'll just give up on writing altogether then.
Finally. Something we can agree on.
So, have you guys heard about that new restaurant that serves food from countries that don't exist anymore?
Oh, really? How did they even find the recipes for those dishes? I'd love to see their menu. It's probably like an encyclopedia of culinary history.
Yeah, and I'm sure the waiters dress up as extinct animals to complete the experience. Can't wait to try a dodo sandwich with a side of lost civilization sauce.
Well, it'll still be better than the mystery meat at your last dinner party, Nick.
I was too busy communing with the celestial orbs last night. I think Mars has some great advice for my love life.
Oh yeah. What did it say? Marry the first probe that lands on you?
Guys, I've got a serious problem. My credit card bill came in and it's astronomical.
That's what happens when you buy an entire collection of limited edition bobbleheads just to feel something.
Perhaps those bobbleheads will lead you down a path of self-discovery, or just more debt.
Speaking of self-discovery, I found out today that apparently hot dog eating contests aren't considered a sport by most people.
Well, now how am I going to pay off this bill? I'm drowning in plastic figurines and regret.
Maybe if we melt them all together, we can create some sort of giant bobblehead monster to distract your creditors.
Not a bad idea, but perhaps it would be better if we infused cosmic energy into them instead?
Or maybe they'd like to join my underground hot dog eating league. There's gotta be money in that somewhere.
Dear Internet, today I want to talk about a topic that has been bothering me for quite some time: the way we deal with leftovers. We all know how frustrating it is to have a fridge packed with Tupperwares full of food, but what if I told you there's something even worse? That's right, I'm talking about underleftering. Underleftering is the process of deliberately leaving just a little bit of food in a container, not enough for another meal but too much to throw away without feeling guilty, and then placing it back in the refrigerator. It seems innocent at first, but before you know it, your fridge is overflowing with half-empty containers and mysterious, unidentifiable substances. I once found a container labeled chicken casserole that had been in my fridge for so long I swear it had grown legs and was trying to escape. It wouldn't surprise me if one day all those discarded leftovers banded together and staged an uprising. So let's make a pact to either eat our entire leftovers or toss them out, preferably composted. Because when it comes down to it, no one wants their takeout cartons starting their own civilization. Sincerely, Leo Borges.
Guys, I think I've come up with a brilliant idea for a new business. Picture this: an ostrich petting zoo combined with a trampoline park.
Kelly, you know that's the most absurd idea you've ever come up with, right? What's next? Bungee jumping off spaghetti noodles?
That actually sounds fascinating. Have we tried contacting extraterrestrials to see if they're interested in investing?
Manfred, it was just a joke. We're not really gonna talk to aliens about this.
Wait a minute, what if we did something similar but instead used alpacas, and added VR goggles so people could feel like they're petting mythical creatures? It'll be like an alpacalypse adventure park or something.
Nick might be onto something here. But would virtual reality take away from the authenticity of the experience?
No need to worry about that. With my patent-pending electrostatic holographic gloves, users would still feel the actual texture of the animals while experiencing mystical surroundings.
You know, I've been thinking of changing my credentials depending on who I talk to. Give people what they want, you know?
Oh, really? What's next? Are you going to tell them you're a professional cat whisperer?
Well, actually, I was more focused on job titles and hobbies.
Because it's so believable that Kelly Coffee has an extensive knowledge of artisanal cheese making.
Hey, maybe. Why not try being a little spontaneous for once?
Spontaneous? You change your mind like the weather in LA. Sunny one moment and still sunny the next. Speaking of mundane things, have you ever considered how many ways there are to fold towels?
Seriously? Towel folding keeps your interest now?
Yeah, Kelly. You'd be surprised about the unique towel folding community out there. There's even a convention dedicated just to folded creations. Some guy made an entire zoo out of towels. Imagine having that kind of time.
Okay, but why do we need 100 ways to fold something we'll undo when we shower anyway? No wonder aliens haven't contacted us yet. They must think we're obsessed with linens or something.
So, I was thinking of throwing a party at my place this weekend.
Oh, great. Another one of your soirees filled with strangers and half-eaten finger foods?
My mom always told me to never trust someone who uses the word soiree.
Hey! Last time wasn't that bad. The fire alarm only went off twice.
Yeah, because you decided that indoor fireworks were a good icebreaker.
You know what's an even better icebreaker? Not setting things on fire.
Alright, I get it. No more indoor fireworks. But seriously though, my parties aren't that bad.
Remember the last one when Manfred came in wearing nothing but tin foil claiming he was undercover for an intergalactic investigation?
That wasn't as weird as the time he tried tasting everyone's drinks to check for poison.
Look, if we all contribute something, food or entertainment, it could be a fun night.
Fine, but if anything goes south, Kelly and I are blaming you for subjecting our taste buds to another round of your mystery punch.
So, I got us all tickets to this exclusive escape room tonight.
Like we really need another escape from reality. Speaking of which, have you guys figured out how to escape small talk at parties yet?
Well, with your personality, it's no wonder people don't engage with you.
Said something like keep it cool, but he meant in a hot way.
That's not even remotely close to making sense, Manfred.
Maybe he was trying to give us secret advice on how to maintain friendships. We should start being kinder to each other.
Now, Kelly, kindness doesn't suit us. But speaking of suits, have you ever noticed how people only wear bathing suits at beaches and pools? You never see them just walking down the street.
Probably because they'd be arrested for indecent exposure, Manfred.
Yeah. And who wants their friends seeing them half naked anyway?
Well, there was that one time Nick wore a Speedo at my birthday party. In winter. Still trying to wash those memories out of my brain.
Ha! Nick sure knows how to have fun, or does he?
Can you believe that guy at the laundromat, using all the machines at once?
Yeah, what a hog. I almost asked him if he was washing for an entire village.
I once tried to wash my clothes in the dishwasher. The suds were otherworldly.
Manfred, are you sure you're not part alien or something?
Maybe we should send him to Area 51 for some tests. Ha. Just kidding, sorry.
My cousin's pet fish is from Mars. Or so they say.
You never know with fish these days. Anyway, speaking of laundry disasters, remember when I accidentally washed my wallet and ended up paying for all my expenses with damp bills for weeks? People started calling me wet money sterling.
You know, there's nothing quite like taking the long way home from work, stopping for a coffee, and just soaking in those sweet LA vibes. I mean, why rush through life when you can savor it instead?
Oh, sure, everything works out perfectly for Mr. Scenic Route over here. Meanwhile, I'm stuck with lukewarm fast food coffee and an existential crisis every time I hit traffic. Maybe if people liked me as much as they like Leo's stupid smiley face latte art.
Speaking of unexpected delights, guess who just charmed their way into getting free front row tickets to that sold-out concert tomorrow night?
Let me guess, another Nick Sterling special?
Oh, you know it. There was no chance my irresistible charm would let those tickets slip away. And don't worry, Kelly, even your presence shouldn't be enough to dampen the mood at this show. You guys won't believe what happened to me yesterday. I was walking down the street, and there were these 3 bears.
3 bears? What is this, a fairy tale?
No, seriously. And they started chasing me around town.
Were they just trying to return your picnic basket, Yogi?
Speaking of picnic baskets, you'll never guess who stole my lunch at work today.
Let me guess, Goldilocks?
It's the beginning of an all-out food war. Hide your porridge.
Kelly, why don't you just lock up your lunch? Like in a cage or something.
Because it's not the Wild West out there at the office. People should have some respect for other people's property.
Respect and porridge are both hard to find these days.
Ain't that the truth? But back to Nick's bear story. So how did you escape their furry clutches?
Hey, did you guys see that new horror movie? It had some seriously creepy vibes.
Oh yeah, I watched it last night. Let's just say the reviews were great ly mistaken about how good it was.
Well, I've been trying to come up with a joke about it for days now, but all my ideas are giving me nightmares.
That's because your jokes aren't dead enough.
Speaking of creepy stuff, I got this strange letter from our landlord today. It almost sounds like an ancient chant or something.
Oh no. What if he's raising our rent? My wallet can't handle another increase.
Worse. He says we have to be extra careful around the basement door. Apparently, there is unspeakable danger lurking down there.
Sounds intriguing. Should we go check it out?
Don't tell me you want to venture into the shadows of a haunted basement?
Maybe we can call someone instead? Like a plumber or someone who knows what they're doing?
Kelly, doesn't that sound awfully draining?
Fine. But Leo gets to lead the pack into darkness then.
If things get really intense down there, remember, I'll charm us out of any paranormal encounters.
Dear Internet, I had a dream last night that I was driving my car, but instead of wheels, it had big slices of bread. I know, weird, right? But wait, it gets weirder. As I drove down the street, people kept trying to spread butter and jam on my car bread wheels. One guy even tried to take a bite out of one. It was like the Twilight Zone, but with baked goods. Eventually, I made it to my destination, a job interview at a circus where they were hiring clowns. I'd never been particularly funny or coordinated, but for some reason they thought I'd be perfect for the job. That's when things really got crazy. In order to prove myself as a clown worthy of joining their ranks, they asked me to jump through a hoop while riding an ostrich. Well, long story short, too late, the ostrich took off and we ended up flying all around town as people below cheered us on. Eventually, we landed back at the circus where they gave me full-time clown status. So yeah, I guess what I'm trying to say is that dreams can be pretty wild sometimes. And maybe next time you see someone driving with bread wheels, you'll think of this story and wonder if they too are secretly part of some bizarre circus act. Yours truly, Leo Borges. You know, there's something magical about color coding your wardrobe. It's like living in a rainbow.
I tried that once. But then I forgot which colors were for shirts and which were for pants. Ended up wearing a green sock as a tie for days before anyone told me.
Ha! That's nothing compared to the time I convinced everyone at the party that I was an avant-garde fashion designer. They all started mimicking my backward sweater look.
And that led you where exactly? Another invite to the same lame party next week? Sometimes I wish I could just win big on one of those game shows or find someone who needs help with their get-rich-quick scheme.
Oh, Kelly, if only life was as easy as being a contestant on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire?
Just remember, guys, it doesn't matter how you dress or what schemes you chase, at least we're all equally ridiculous together.
You guys won't believe what I found out this morning. Turns out old man Jenkins in apartment 3B is sitting on a fortune with his rare coin collection.
Oh, so you're planning to befriend him and take advantage of his coins? Real original, Nick.
Yeah, because nothing says chaotic charm like stealing from the elderly.
Hey, I never said I was going to steal anything. I just thought it'd be nice to learn more about his hobby. Maybe help him sell a couple coins online.
Sure, help is definitely the word that comes to mind when someone stumbles upon valuable stuff with our dear friend Nick around.
Look who's talking, Mr. Misstep at Miss Thompson's funeral last week.
That was one time. And besides, we were all there supporting Leo. Unlike some people who avoided going altogether. Also, shouldn't we be trying to do something good for once? Give back to the community or something?
Kelly's right. Maybe we can organize a charity event featuring my stand-up comedy. Could be a big hit.
A big hit if you want people running away from the community instead of toward it.
Well, at least they'd still be running from something other than your latest scheme.
So, Kelly, what's this class you're thinking of taking?
It's a cooking class. I know nothing about cooking, but I thought it would increase my chances of finding a man.
Well, that's one way to spice up your life.
Very punny, Leo.
I don't know about you guys, but I prefer a challenge. Last week, I tried bungee jumping even though I have a fear of heights.
Wow, Nick, living on the edge.
Yeah, Nick, because risking your life is always the answer.
Hey now, Kelly, don't be such a killjoy. Maybe we should all try something new and exciting together.
I don't know, Leo. Last time we did that, we ended up at an underground club with Manfred dressed as a giant chicken.
Oh yeah, good times.
Come on, Kel. You gotta live a little.
So, Kelly, I heard you signed up for that new dating app Love at Last.
Yeah, well, it's the latest thing. Everyone's talking about it.
Seems a bit desperate though, doesn't it? I mean, are things really that bad in the love department for you?
Oh, come on, Leo. It could be fun. Besides, you know I never have any luck with these things.
Well, maybe if you spent less time obsessing over your hair and more time being interesting.
Hey. My hair is part of my charm.
If by charm you mean scaring away wildlife, then sure.
You're just bitter because nobody swipes right on your profile.
That's because I don't need an app to find dates. Now pass me the salt, this burger needs some flavor, much like our current conversation.
So, guys, have you considered what would happen if clouds were made of cotton candy?
Oh yeah, all the time. Rainy days would be a sticky nightmare.
Actually, wouldn't that cause an ecological disaster?
You know, Kelly might be onto something. I mean, ants would invade the world.
Whom? Yes. Ants. What peculiar creatures.
Seriously? We're talking about cotton candy rain and you're focused on ants?
Well, they do say there's 1 million ants for every human on Earth.
Who says that? And why are they so obsessed with ant population statistics?
Maybe it's their job to count them. One by one.
Speaking of jobs, remember when I worked at that surfboard wax factory?
Yeah, your career has really taken off since then.
Are surfboards mammals or fish? They seem to spend a lot of time in the water.
Manfred, are you joking right now?
So, guys, I got a lady coming over tonight. She thinks I'm an expert in photography.
Oh great, another person buying into your web of lies.
Hey, it works every time. Plus, she's incredibly good looking.
You know, Nick, one day you're going to get caught and all those beautiful women will turn on you.
Speaking of getting caught in lies. Leo, have you told anyone about my literary masterpiece yet?
Ah yes, the masterpiece that's barely 10 pages long.
It'll be the next great American novel. Just wait till it gets published.
Well, Kelly, maybe if you spent less time planning your vengeance and more time actually writing your book, it would already be published by now. You know, I've been thinking. If a tree falls in the forest and no one is around to hear it, does it make a sound?
That's an old cliche, Nick. Besides, why are you even bringing that up now? Are you trying to avoid talking about how you got out of paying that parking ticket again?
Hold on, I'm actually curious about this. If no one's there to perceive something happening, did it really happen? Isn't reality just our perception?
What do trees have to do with parking tickets?
Thank you for your support, Kelly. And Manfred, well, never mind.
No, seriously. What's a tree? Is it like some kind of vegetable?
Manfred, please tell me you're joking right now.
How can someone live in Los Angeles and not know what trees are?
Hey! We don't all grow up surrounded by nature or whatever.
Alright, everyone back on topic. We were discussing Nick's weird gift for getting out of trouble.
Well, Leo, let me share my secret. Confidence and charm will get you anywhere. Like getting out of parking tickets.
Must be nice. Meanwhile, I get in trouble over absolutely nothing.
You guys should take more risks, like maybe learning about these mysterious trees together.
I can't believe I accidentally locked us out on the balcony. I'm such a mess.
Well, at least we have a great view of Los Angeles while we're stuck here.
Did you know that there are 23 different types of squirrels in this city? Fascinating creatures.
Yeah, Kelly, why not think of this as just another one of your infamous parties, but with less oxygen and more involuntary guests?
You really think this is funny? What if no one finds us for days?
Pretty sure someone will notice 4 people yelling from a balcony. Or at least the smell after a few days.
Do any of you ever wonder if trees can communicate with each other?
Sure, they probably have secret meetings where they discuss all our secrets. But seriously, Kelly, it's not the end of the world. We'll figure something out.
Why do things like this always happen to me?
If it makes you feel better, we could start planning our grand escape from the infamous balcony lockout incident.
Ooh. That'd make an excellent TV show title.
Did you guys hear about that guy who won the lottery and bought a private island? Yeah, turns out it was actually just a sandbar in the middle of nowhere.
That's hilarious. I wonder what he's going to do with all that sand. Maybe he could build sand castles for a living. Might be an untapped market.
Sand castles? What are they? Some sort of fortress made of fruit preserves.
Not quite, Manfred. They're structures made of wet sand that people create for fun.
You know, speaking of islands, I once knew a guy who claimed he could swim across the Atlantic Ocean. And let me tell you, we all believed him, until we watched his attempt at doggy paddling in a kiddie pool.
Kiddie pool? Is that some kind of youth-oriented billiards game?
You guys won't believe what happened to me today. I found $100 bill on the street, no joke. You'd think it was my lucky day, but then I went to the store and accidentally spent it on $100 worth of licorice.
That's quite a twist, Nick. Isn't that bittersweet? Next time you find money in the street, maybe stick with actual candy instead of throwing your cash at Twizzle-Y temptations.
Can you imagine if there were just a bunch of people out there losing hundreds daily? What kind of crazy world are we living in?
Speaking of crazy worlds, I saw this documentary last night about an alternate universe where everyone has 3 legs. It was fascinating.
Manfred, sometimes I don't know whether to be amazed or terrified by your interests.
Don't worry, Kelly, they say having more interests makes you more interesting, so according to that logic, I'm ultra interesting. What if we could power our apartments with static electricity from rubbing balloons on our heads?
Manfred, that's an idea. But how much static electricity do you think we need?
Well, I haven't quite worked out the math yet, but it might require a lot of balloon rubbing.
Oh, good, just what my life was missing, more balloon rubbing. Maybe you can start by powering the microwave and work your way up from there.
Guys, I just had this amazing idea for a business. It's an escape room, like those rooms where you have to solve puzzles to get out? But all the puzzles are bathroom themed.
Kelly, why would anyone want to be stuck in a bathroom-themed escape room?
Because it's never been done before. we'll corner the market on bathroom escapism.
Speaking of bathrooms, did you hear about that new restaurant serving meals in toilet-shaped bowls?
EW, who would ever eat there?
Hey guys, you ever wonder if birds are just government spies? I mean, think about it. They're always flying around, watching us.
Oh, come on, Manfred. Next thing you know, you'll be telling us the moon's made of cheese.
Yeah, but then again, Kelly, that would explain your sudden interest in astronomy.
Exactly. And why do they migrate? They must be reporting back to some central bird headquarters or something.
You're both nuts. Birds are not spies. And Leo, for your information, my love for astronomy is purely intellectual and has nothing to do with my unhealthy obsession with cheese.
Anyway, moving on from bird conspiracies, did either of you catch last night's game?
No use trying to change the subject. Everything will always boil down to cheese or birds eventually.
Oh, right. The game where they throw the ball around while running in circles? Funny how humans enjoy such simple activities.
So, I've been thinking. Why don't we start our own underground burger joint? You know, like a speakeasy for foodies.
That's the dumbest idea I've ever heard. You can't just go around making burgers in secret locations without permits or health inspections.
Forget the logistics for a minute. Do you really think people will be into that sort of thing?
Trust me, this is going to be huge. The thrill of getting an exclusive invite to chow down on the best burgers in town. Who wouldn't want that?
Leo's right. This won't work. Remember your pop-up fad last year? We spent days making artisanal popcorn and ended up eating it all ourselves.
She has a point, Nick. Your ideas tend to lack foresight.
Fine. Fine. But when you're sitting there eating another dull burger wishing you had some excitement in your life, don't say I didn't warn you.
Oh please, like your schemes are anything but disasters waiting to happen.
Speaking of disasters, I forgot my script at home again today. Maybe Kelly could lend me her apartment as storage space since she loves it so much here.
You're just jealous because my place is actually clean, unlike yours where everything is covered with a thin layer of mustard.
So, I hear you guys went to that new Italian restaurant without me. Some friends you are.
Oh, we just thought you wouldn't be interested since you're always talking about how pasta is so overrated. Plus, it was kind of a last-minute thing.
Yeah, and if I remember correctly, the only reason the three of us went was that Manfred barged into my apartment screaming about his amazing discovery of spaghetti with meat. To be honest, I'm not sure he's ever heard of common dishes before.
Yeah. We didn't even invite him, he just invited himself.
Well, I hope it wasn't as good as my mom's lasagna. You guys'll never have anything like it. Ugh, don't mention lasagna to me. My ex-girlfriend made the worst lasagna known to mankind.
Really? How bad could it be? It's just noodles and cheese. Even Kelly can manage that most days.
Hey. Just because I had one disastrous kitchen incident doesn't mean I'm a horrible cook.
Trust me, her lasagna tasted like burnt rubber mixed with expired tomatoes. So, guys, I've got a new strategy for getting free meals at restaurants.
Oh, great. Another one of your brilliant plans. What is it this time?
Wait. Let me guess, you're going to pose as a food critic again.
Yeah, because that worked so well last time.
No. This time it's different. I'll befriend the chefs and convince them we attended culinary school together. It's perfect, they'll feel obligated to give me free food out of loyalty.
So, what's the latest disaster you guys are dealing with?
Well, I accidentally signed up for a half marathon thinking it was a pizza eating contest.
And I got banned from that new bakery because they said my laugh was scaring away customers. Can you believe it? My laughter just adds flavor to the muffins.
The other day, I tried doing yoga in a tree.
Why on earth would you do that?
Knowing Manfred, he probably thought it'd give him better balance.
Actually, I wanted to be closer to nature. You know what they say, becoming one with the trees allows you to branch out in life.
Sounds like something an alien would say.
Oh, really? Maybe next time, instead of getting closer to nature, I should get farther from Kelly.
Alright, guys, let's focus back on how we can help each other survive our wild lives and not end up arrested or suspended by gravity. Dear Internet, have you ever noticed how awkward it is to hold an umbrella when also carrying a bag? It's like trying to wrangle a slippery eel while strapping on a pair of roller skates. And don't even get me started on the dilemma of trying to use your phone and hold an umbrella at the same time. It's a recipe for disaster. But let's take it even further, shall we? What if, instead of raindrops falling from the sky, it was fish? Not big fish like sharks or tuna, but little ones that won't knock you unconscious upon impact. You'd have to dodge them like some kind of video game character, all while juggling your wet shopping bags and slippery eel. I mean umbrella. And imagine this, what if instead of walking on solid ground beneath our feet, we had to balance ourselves on giant marshmallows? One wrong step and boom, you're swimming in a sea of fluffy white goo. Anyway, just some thoughts to ponder while dodging pesky raindrops and trying not to drop your groceries. Yours humorously, Leo Borges.
So, as I was saying, I think I'm going to take up mountain climbing next weekend.
Kelly, you don't even make the effort to climb stairs. You think you'd survive a mountain?
Hey guys, did you know that in ancient civilizations they used mountains for secret meetings and rituals? Pretty cool, huh?
Yeah, cool Manfred. Speaking of meetings, when's your meeting with reality scheduled?
Reality is a subjective construct based on individual perceptions. My reality is just a little different from everyone else's. And speaking of mountains again. Leo, remember the time when we hiked that small hill near Griffith Observatory and you fell halfway through?
It was hilarious. That squirrel totally had it out for him. But seriously though, mountain climbing would be perfect for my new adventurous me. I've already got all the gear picked out online. Plus it'll show Jeff how amazing and fearless I am.
Fearless or foolish? You do remember what happened last time you decided to try something new. Painting ended up with paint everywhere but the canvas.
She looked like an abstract masterpiece herself. But really, Kelly. Perhaps start slow before diving headfirst into mountain climbing, baby steps.
Yeah, right, maybe focus on creating more manageable goals. Like learning how not to spill. So, have you guys ever noticed how everyone in LA is always trying to be somebody?
Yeah, I mean, I hate feeling like I don't measure up. Like when my neighbor bought a Tesla and now I'm just stuck driving my 10-year-old Corolla.
Well, Kelly, maybe if you didn't spend all your money on avocado toast, you could afford a nicer car.
Oh, come on, Nick. Let her enjoy her one luxury in life. It's not like she can afford oceanfront property or anything.
Speaking of which, Leo, when are you going to finish that screenplay? Or should we start calling it unfinished business instead?
Good one.
I'll have you know that screenplay is almost done. And it's gonna be the next big thing. You guys will see.
Sure, Leo, and I'm the next Brad Pitt. That reminds me.
Oh God, what did you do this time, Nick?
Here we go again.
Turns out those parking tickets weren't as much of a problem as I thought they were.
Dear Internet, I recently discovered a new hobby, collecting belly button lint. Yes, you heard that right, I'm talking about the gunk that accumulates in your navel over time. At first, I thought it was just me being weird, but after doing some research, and don't even get me started on the disturbing places that Google search took me, I found out that there are actually people out there who take this seriously. Some of them even enter their findings into competitions. Can you imagine? Best lint collected from August 2020 to July 2021. It sounds like a joke, but it's real. So now here I am, proudly displaying my collection of various colors and textures. Who knew something so mundane could bring such joy? My friends and family may think I'm crazy, but hey, at least I have a unique conversation starter now. Anyway, gotta go check if any new lint has formed in the past hour or so. Until next time. Sincerely, Leo Borges. I'm working on this story where a guy joins a yoga class just to meet women, but he ends up becoming really flexible.
Have you ever tried drinking coffee upside down? It's an adventure in itself.
Why would anyone do that, Manfred?
Speaking of adventures, did you know that the original settlers in Los Angeles could have been aliens? Just think about it.
That sounds absolutely absurd, but then again, so are most of my exploits.
They say if you sneeze with your eyes open, your head will explode.
Fortunately for me, my charm deflects explosions. And speaking of charm, I found it often comes in handy when convincing people not to get mad at me for forgetting birthdays.
You know what else is charming? An umbrella covered in tiny umbrellas.
Yeah, well, maybe aliens invented umbrellas too. See, Leo? All sorts of crazy things can happen when you think outside the box.
Great! Now all I need is a box.
Actually, Leo, I've got one filled with glow-in-the-dark socks. Meet me at the moon later. You know, these milkshakes remind me of the time I wrestled an alpaca in Peru for the last scoop of ice cream.
Seriously, Manfred? Nobody believes your tall tales. Focus on something real, like why Kelly here can't seem to get a date.
Hey. That's uncalled for, Nick. Maybe if you were a little more understanding and less chaotic all the time, people would actually enjoy being around you.
Well, speaking of dates, did I ever tell you about my romantic evening with the Queen of England?
Manfred's wild stories aside, let's talk about this ketchup bottle. Have you ever noticed how it takes forever to pour out when it's new but empties too quickly afterwards?
Oh yes, Leo, because condiment dilemmas are exactly what we need to be discussing right now.
Better than dwelling on our sad lives and fabricated adventures like some people here.
How does that even happen to someone like you, Nick? It's beyond comprehension.
Yeah, well, at least he's out there having experiences while you're busy mourning the great cinnamon bun shortage of our time.
Oh man. The Finns really know how to party. Their games had me captivated all night long.
Alright, fine, I get it. My life isn't as interesting as yours. But maybe if we all went out together more often and stopped making excuses.
Manfred, what planet are you from exactly?
You know, I've been thinking about creating my own indoor rain simulation system. It would bring a whole new level of relaxation to the apartment.
Manfred, what makes you think anyone would want an indoor rainstorm in their living room?
Actually, I could see myself using that. Think about it, no more water cooler arguments at work. Everyone would just converse around the charming indoor rainfall.
Exactly. It's pure genius.
Plus, with all the chaos happening around us, we'd never have to leave our home.
Guys, check this out. My landlord sent me this weird letter. To whom it may concern, within these walls lies a secret only once revealed by the light of a full moon.
Oh, cryptic. When's the next full moon?
I don't know, maybe we can ask my neighbor who howls at night if he has any insight?
Ha! But seriously though, that's pretty creepy stuff. Are you sure your landlord isn't trying to scare you into moving out?
Or making up for his lack of creativity as a horror writer?
Maybe there is something hidden in your walls.
If there is anything hidden here besides spiders and dust bunnies.
You ever notice how ordering a pizza is like playing roulette? You never know what you're gonna get.
Yes, but that's the beauty of it. Like choosing a star to pray to. You never know which one will hear your call.
Manfred, I don't think that's how it works. But seriously guys, who here always wants to add extra toppings?
Me? But then I end up feeling guilty and taking them off before anyone notices.
I'm more of a plain cheese guy myself. Simple and reliable.
Leo, you can't be serious. That's like going to Disneyland and only riding the teacups.
Ah, yes, Disneyland. A place where dreams come true and lines go on forever.
Speaking of lines, why do delivery times always seem so vague? Your pizza will arrive between 30 minutes and an hour. Which is it?
Right? And then they show up after an hour and act like they did us a favor by delivering it at all.
Well, time is relative anyway. The sun sets at different times in different parts of the world, perhaps pizza arrives at different times too. And speaking of pizzas arriving, am I smelling pepperoni or are my senses betraying me?
So, Nick, what's the latest disaster you've managed to charm your way out of?
Funny you should ask, Leo. I accidentally spilled a milkshake on my boss's prized suit.
And let me guess, now he wants you to be his personal stylist?
Ha! You know me too well. He actually gave me a raise.
That is so unfair. All I get for being good at my job is more work.
Speaking of jobs, did I ever tell you guys about the time I lied on my resume and said I was fluent in French? The interviewer started speaking rapid-fire French at me, and all I could do was nod and say oui.
What happened after that? Did they hire you as their international spokesperson or something?
No, Nick. They didn't hire me because when they asked if I understood the conversation in French, all I could say was oui.
Well, at least we know one word in French will always trigger PTSD for you.
You know, I read yesterday that the secret to a healthy lifestyle is sleeping on a bed of nails. Really gets those pressure points stimulated.
Ha! That's nothing. One time, I rescued a whole family from a burning building, then carried them all down the fire escape while holding their cat in my teeth.
Sounds like an average Tuesday for you, Kelly. But seriously, guys, we need to figure out which one of us is going to pay this parking ticket we got outside. It's 50-50 now between Manfred and Kelly since neither wants to take the blame.
Well, if you consider the fact that Nikola Tesla allegedly invented free energy devices before they were suppressed by powerful people, paying a parking ticket seems rather insignificant.
Come on. It wasn't even my fault. The sign said 2-hour parking, and I was only there for 1 hour and 58 minutes.
Yes, but in the cosmic dance of time and space, does it really matter whose car it was or who parked it? Have any of you ever tried talking to plants? They say positive words help them grow faster. I once had a conversation with an oak tree about economics.
Fine. But just because I'm feeling generous today. If only Leo would have recognized me as his personal hero after hearing about how I saved that family from certain doom.
Oh yes, Kelly, you're heroic.
I can't believe you guys talked me into going to that psychic. She said my aura was clouded with misfortune, and now I'm paranoid about every decision I make.
Kelly, come on. It was just for fun. You really think someone can predict the future just by looking at your hand? Besides, if anyone's responsible for your bad luck, it's definitely me. Remember last week when we tried to sneak into that fancy restaurant? And look how charmingly I got us out of that mess.
Oh yeah, Nick. Real charming. If by charming you mean getting chased out of there by an angry chef wielding a carving knife.
Great, so now not only am I cursed with bad decisions, but also inflicted with your bad karma?
Honestly, Kelly, maybe the psychic saw her own reflection and got confused, or she could just sense the chaos that is our friendship group. Look on the bright side, at least Manfred didn't join us yesterday. He'd have probably offered her a gourmet meal consisting of gummy worms and pickles simply because they share colors with chakras.
Ha! That's true. Anyway, don't worry about some silly prediction, let's go get some ice cream and prove all this nonsense wrong. Hey, guys. You won't believe the crazy thing that happened to me today. I found a cat stuck in a tree, but when I climbed up to save it, I realized it was just a really furry squirrel.
Oh, you mean the elusive squirrel cat? Quite a rare sighting indeed. Maybe they're finally making their move on humanity.
Ugh, why does everything always have to be about some bizarre conspiracy with you, Manfred?
Kelly's right. We all know the real threat is pigeons. They're always watching. Tell me you've never felt them judging us from above.
You might be onto something there, Leo.
Please tell me this isn't going to turn into another one of your weird obsessions, Manfred.
I have a story to tell. It's about a man who lived in an igloo.
Okay, here we go again with Manfred's weird stories. But you know what really grinds my gears? When people use literally incorrectly. It's like nails on a chalkboard.
Ah, yes, I remember when I first heard that word. I thought it was some kind of mystical incantation. Speaking of mystical things, did you know there are secret tunnels beneath Los Angeles? Some say they lead to hidden treasure. Perhaps we should set out on an adventure and find this treasure for ourselves?
Oh no, I don't have time for any adventures. Do you know how hard it is to make it in this city as an actress? There's always another audition to prepare for or class to take.
Yeah, Kelly's right. While you're off digging tunnels and reciting poetry, the rest of us have bills to pay and deadlines to meet.
Exactly. We need to focus on our careers if we want any chance at success.
Well, excuse me for trying to inject some spontaneity into your mundane lives. Perhaps if you opened yourselves up to new experiences, you'd find more inspiration for your writing and acting.
Hey now, Manfred, let's not get carried away. So, I have a question for you guys. What's the deal with social media? I mean, do we really need to be sharing every single moment of our lives online?
Oh please, Leo. You're the one who posts pictures of his food on Instagram every time we go out to eat.
Hey, that's different. That's just me showing off my amazing taste in cuisine.
Yeah, and it's not like anyone cares about what we do anyway. I post a picture of myself skydiving and nobody even likes it.
I care about what you do, Nick. It's just that maybe people are tired of seeing your shirtless selfies all the time.
What can I say? My body is a work of art.
Well, speaking of art, have you guys seen those modern abstract paintings? They look like something a kindergartner would make.
I actually like them. They're so unique and bold.
Ha! You probably just pretend to like them to seem more intellectual or something.
No offense, Kelly, but sometimes I wonder if you even know what intellectual means. So, I was thinking we should all pitch in for a new couch. This one's falling apart.
But what if we use the money to throw a huge party instead? People love parties. I'm telling you, it'll be legendary. And maybe we could get a sponsor for the couch.
You know, Nick, not every situation can be solved by throwing a party.
You guys are missing the point. Once my book becomes an international bestseller, I can buy us all new couches.
Kelly, how many times have we heard about this bestseller of yours?
It's going to happen, just you wait and see. It's brilliant.
Sure thing, Kelly. Meanwhile, let's focus on getting ourselves comfortable right now.
Honestly, though, even if your book does take off, is LA really ready for our level of comfort?
Trust me, Leo, when my book sales go through the roof, people will want whatever we're sitting on.
Well, then here's to waiting for that day to come.
You guys, I'm thinking of applying for that job at the ad agency. I know I'm not really qualified, but maybe they'll see something in me?
Kelly, as your friend, let me be the one to say this: you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. And by you, I mean all of us. That's right. Even though I usually manage to charm my way out even when things go wrong.
Oh, come on, Nick. Not everything works out just because you think it does. As for luck, that's a whole different matter. Kelly, follow your gut feeling, but also remember to be realistic about your chances.
See? Leo agrees with me.
Thanks, guys. But what if they laughed me out of the interview room? This is stressing me out so much.
Don't worry about it too much. Just do your best, and if it doesn't work out, there will always be other opportunities. Dear Internet, have you ever noticed that sometimes when you blink, it feels like God just hit the pause button on your life? You're standing there, blinking slowly, and suddenly everything just stops. The world around you freezes in place and all sound fades away as if someone had turned off the volume. It's a strange feeling, isn't it? Like being stuck inside a snow globe, suspended in time and space until someone shakes things up again. But then there are those moments where you wish time would stop entirely. Like when you're stuck in traffic on a hot summer day and all you can think about is how badly you need to pee. Or when your boss keeps asking for just one more thing before finally letting you leave work for the day. In those moments, hitting the pause button on life would be a godsend. You could take a nap or go for a leisurely stroll without worrying about deadlines or bodily functions. Of course, if we could control time like this, we'd probably use it for more frivolous pursuits as well. We'd become professional couch potatoes or spend hours perfecting our air guitar skills. But hey, if God gave us pause buttons for our lives, who are we to argue? Sincerely, Leo Borges. You know, I've been thinking about starting a new hobby. Something that really gets the heart pumping, like competitive knitting. It's all about the thrill of the stitch.
Leo, you're always trying to find ways to blend laziness with excitement. Knitting won't make your life more interesting.
Are you kidding? Just picture it, needles flying through the air like lightning bolts.
More like sloths wearing capes.
Hey guys, have either of you seen my prized autographed baseball?
Can't say I have. Didn't even know that was something you were into.
Yeah, well, my grandfather gave it to me before he passed away. It means a lot to me.
Kelly, don't worry. We'll help you find it.
Dear Internet, I know we all look forward to grocery shopping. It's one of the most exhilarating experiences that life has to offer us, am I right? And what's better than standing in line at the checkout with a cart full of groceries as you watch people frantically searching for the shortest queue? But have you ever stopped and thought about where those grocery bags come from? Who makes them? Are they just magically produced by some sort of bag fairy? The answer might surprise you. In fact, it turns out that all grocery bags are made by unicorns. Yes, unicorns. They use their magical hooves to craft each bag with care and precision, making sure your milk doesn't spill everywhere on your way home. And if you're wondering how they're able to keep up with demand during peak hours, well, let's just say there's a limited edition Starbucks coffee blend specifically designed for unicorns that gives them an extra boost of energy. So next time you're standing in line at the grocery store, remember to thank our mystical unicorn friends for their hard work and dedication. Sincerely, Leo Borges.
Hey guys, did you see that new show everyone's talking about? It's called The Good Place. I've been watching it and I can't decide if I like it or not. It's just so hard to find a good show these days. You know what I mean, right, Leo?
I don't have time to watch TV. I'm too busy writing my own comedy material.
Well, maybe you should take a break from your own jokes and watch something else for once, Leo.
What are you suggesting? That I copy someone else's humor?
No, but sometimes it helps to get inspiration from other sources. You might come up with something even better. Speaking of which, Kelly, have you seen the new coffee shop on 5th Street? They roast their beans in-house and use only locally sourced milk. It's the best cup of coffee in town. We should all go there together sometime. My treat.
Nick, we've told you before we don't want to hang out with Manfred again. He always ruins everything with his weird comments and awkward behavior. Besides, who wants to hang out at a pretentious coffee shop anyway? There are plenty of great diners around here that serve real food. And while
You know, I've always thought pineapple on pizza is a great idea. It adds a certain je-ne-sais quoi.
Kelly, you have the taste buds of an infant. Pineapple on pizza is an abomination. What's next? Strawberries on hot dogs?
actually, that reminds me of a bizarre food festival we went to last year where they were serving pecan-crusted shrimp tacos. Surprisingly delicious. Oh, and let's not forget about that time Nick spent an hour debating whether ketchup or mustard was the superior condiment at our neighborhood barbecue party.
PSSH, yeah. But as for me, I think mayonnaise wins the race.
Seriously? Mayonnaise? That's so bland and unoriginal. We're talking about flavor revolutions here, Kelly. Not just slathering everything in mayo like some culinary Philistine.
So, guys, did you hear about that new restaurant that opened up around the corner?
Yeah, I went there last night. The food was amazing. However, it turns out they have a strict dress code. No shoes, no socks, no service. It's called the Barefoot Bistro.
Oh. That sounds like a kick off to good dining? Am I right?
Nice try, Kelly. Anyway, Nick, how are the servers even holding up in their barefoot all day? Do they get foot massages during their breaks or something? Talk about taking your work home with you, or should I say on your feet?
At least they don't have to worry about finding matching socks in the morning.
Just imagine the smell walking in there though.
On second thought, maybe we stick to our regular spot for dinner tonight.
You know, Leo, I've been thinking about getting a pet. Maybe a dog that's as insecure as me? It can make passive-aggressive barks. Or maybe a cat since they don't care about anything. we'd have a lot in common. A fish might be good too, quiet and non-judgmental.
I noticed that guy at the coffee shop today giving you the stink eye. Maybe he could be your new pet. Seems like you two would hit it off. Seriously though, why are you so worried about people judging you? Remember when we went to that art gallery? The only thing you were concerned about was whether or not your shoes matched the paintings. You just need to relax and stop worrying about what others think of you. Confidence is key. Besides, there are weirder people out there, case in point, our dear neighbor Manfred.
I don't know, guys. Should I order the chicken or the fish? What if one of them is overcooked? Or what if they're both undercooked and full of bacteria? This decision could kill me.
Relax, Kelly. Last week, I accidentally ordered snails instead of mozzarella sticks, and now I'm a food critic for LA Weekly.
You literally can't tell the difference between slimy mollusks and fried cheese. How did that even happen?
Let's just say, being charming helps when you publicly confess your love to escargot on social media.
And here I thought we couldn't go lower than your haiku about hot dogs.
Leo, that was a masterpiece. It got dozens of likes.
Dozens? Slow down there, Mr. Pulitzer Prize.
Seriously? All because you messed up an order? Maybe I should try something risky like that.
Trust me, Kelly. The universe loves chaos. Just embrace it.
Yeah, well, in Nick's world everything turns out great, but if we tried that it would probably end with us getting banned from another bowling alley.
So, you're telling me that you couldn't find your way around a library? What are you, a preschooler?
Hey, it's not just any library. It was huge. And besides, when was the last time you even stepped foot in one? No, seriously, I want to know. I'll commemorate it on my calendar as Kelly's Literacy Day.
Oh haha, very funny. Well, for your information, I've been to a library before, recently.
Recently? Alright then, genius. What book did you get? Or were you just there admiring the dead silence like it's some kind of art exhibit?
Fine. If you must know. I went there to look up recipes for homemade croissants. Not that it's any of your business.
So, I was thinking about the concept of time and how it's just a human construct.
You know what else is a human construct? My inability to find a date on Friday nights. Seriously though, time is so weird. It's like an ever-present shadow that you can't escape.
Oh, speaking of shadows. Did I tell you about my latest escapade? I decided to become LA's first shadow dancer. You wouldn't believe the places these feet have taken me. Ended up tap dancing on top of a Hollywood tour bus just to see if anyone would notice. Spoiler alert, they did.
Haha, Nick, you're really nailing this adult thing.
Honestly, guys, sometimes I feel like we're just bumbling through life with blindfolds on. And other times, I forget where those blindfolds came from in the first place. Maybe we should start an amateur detective agency.
Well, Leo, if we do that, then maybe finally someone might help me solve the mystery of why my socks keep disappearing after laundry day.
You know, I've always wondered why humans give each other flowers. They're just pretty plants that die in a few days.
Well, Manfred, it's a gesture. A nice way to say I care about you without actually having to say the words. Besides, what would you recommend giving as an alternative? An alien life form?
Oh, come on, Leo. Don't be so harsh. He's just curious.
Actually, Nick is right. Why not give something everlasting and unique, like a framed picture of Mercury reacting with aluminum?
Charming?
Trust me, it looks fascinatingly beautiful.
You guys are impossible. Who cares about flowers or crazy science experiments? It's all about chocolate.
Kelly, you're only saying that because you want some right now.
You know what's really bugging me lately? People who hold the door open for you when you're still a mile away.
Ooh, I love that. It's like they're telepathically inviting you into their secret club.
Yeah, but then you have to do that awkward jog of gratitude just to avoid looking rude.
At least people hold doors open for you. Every time someone sees me coming, it's like they intentionally let the door slam in my face. Just last week, I had to dramatically dive through a closing door like some sort of action hero.
Maybe they thought it would be a fun challenge?
No one thinks about other people that much, Manfred. Most humans are just self-centered and oblivious.
Speak for yourself there.
So, Nick, I heard you tried to charm your way into that movie premiere last night. How did that end up for you?
Oh, it was a piece of cake. Until they figured out I wasn't the assistant director's cousin. So not exactly smooth sailing after that.
You really need to learn when to stop conning people, Nick. One day it's gonna catch up to you.
Speaking of catching up. Last night at the same party, I found myself in an animated discussion with a group of astronauts.
Manfred, how do you even get into these parties? It's like you just materialized from thin air.
At least my party appearances have never involved lying about who I'm related to.
Hey Leo, I found this job listing online, but I don't think I have the qualifications for it. Should I apply anyway and take a risk?
Why not? You might as well roll the dice. In fact, let me help you out by commanding the wind to blow good fortune your way.
Manfred, that sounds ridiculous. But hey, if you can control the weather, maybe you could make it rain on my neighbor's annoying outdoor party.
Yeah, right. And how do you even plan to command the wind?
Simple. Just need to whisper sweet nothings into its ear.
Well, Kelly, if we're talking about luck here, I don't really believe in it. And yet somehow, every time something goes wrong for me, it ends up working out even better.
So should that mean I should apply or not? Why is life so confusing?
Oh, come on, guys. Just embrace the chaos and ride the whirlwind of life like a tornado doing ballet.
If only we could all be as breezy as Manfred here. Anyway, Kelly, what's the worst that could happen? They say no? It's not like they'll send an attack dog after your dreams.
All right then. Let's see where this takes me. Thanks, guys.
No problemo. Remember, Kelly, just let fate whisk us away like an.
You know, I've been color coding my wardrobe for years, and it's a game changer. It saves me so much time in the mornings. The only way to find that perfect outfit is through an organized rainbow of style.
Leo, not everyone wants to wake up and stare at a kaleidoscope of clothing. Besides, I have more important things to worry about right now.
Like how you're obsessing over this client meeting even though you're already super prepared. Relax a little, Kelly. Nobody dislikes you more than we do.
Thanks for the support, Nick. That really means so much coming from you.
Look, all I'm saying is that maybe if you spent less time stressing and more time adopting some of Leo's obsessive habits, you'd finally find something that distracts your brain enough to enjoy life for once.
Wow. I can't believe I get such great advice from both ends of the emotional spectrum here: robotic heartlessness and obsession with trivial organization.
You know, it's really amazing how you manage to constantly get in and out of trouble without breaking a sweat, Nick.
What can I say? It's a gift. Not everyone has the charm that I do.
Oh, is that what we're calling it now? Charm?
You two are just jealous because you don't have his charm.
Finally, someone who understands. Thank you, Kelly.
Can you believe that Manfred thinks he can just walk into my apartment and borrow a plunger?
It's almost like he doesn't understand the basic concept of personal space. Like an alien.
Speaking of aliens, you guys ever wonder if we're being watched through our microwaves?
I guess it's time to say goodbye to my late night popcorn binge sessions.
No, seriously. Imagine what they'd see. Or worse, what they've heard.
Great. Now I have to worry about bathroom emergencies and extraterrestrial spying.
You know, Kelly, if you worked half as hard on your social skills as you do on your career, people might actually like being around you. Just imagine that. A world where people enjoy Kelly's company.
Yeah, I'm trying to picture it. Nope, can't see it.
Me neither.
Seriously though, Nick, what is your secret? How can you charm just about anyone?
Probably because he practices all his shtick in front of a mirror instead of having actual conversations with people.
Ouch! That burn was hotter than the coffee at Manfred's apartment.
Speaking of which, have any of you figured out how he gets his coffee so hot without a microwave or stove? It's unnatural.
So, I tried this new app last night. It's supposed to match you with people who have similar interests.
Oh no, that sounds like a recipe for disaster.
Yeah, 'cause having the same taste in movies is all it takes to find true love. Have you seen some of the profiles on those apps? It's like everyone is trying to sell themselves like a used car.
And don't get me started on the awkward small talk. What do you do for fun? Oh, I like breathing and eating.
Actually sounds really good, Leo. You think you could put in a good word for me? Maybe I could play the elevator repairman or something?
Elevator, ah yes, those small boxes you humans use to avoid using your very own legs.
Kelly, I'm not even sure this script will ever see the light of day. And Manfred, elevators aren't just for lazy people, they're also for those who can't climb stairs.
Besides, we wouldn't want poor Kelly here getting too winded trying to climb all those stairs now, would we?
Hey. I've been working out lately, sort of. Anyway, Nick, didn't you charm your way into that fancy gym membership downtown?
Gymnasium's another curious human concept. Don't you have enough space on this planet to run around outside?
Look who's talking about curious human concepts. Didn't you once try to invent your own currency, Manfred money?
Oh yeah. Too bad it never took off. There were some great discounts at Manfred Mart. You guys ever wonder why we even bother with pants? I mean, seriously, what's the point?
I worry about that sometimes, like what if my pants just suddenly decide to give up on me? Yikes.
That's a bizarre thought. But I guess it could happen. In fact, Kelly, your fears might create an entire new line of clothing, anxiety-proof pants.
Oh great, now everyone will know how much of a nervous wreck I am. It'll be written all over my, well, you know.
Hey, maybe people will find it endearing. Or at least relatable.
On the subject of not wearing pants. Last night I ended up locked out of my apartment in nothing but boxers and socks. You know what? I think I'll order the most expensive meal on the menu. Why not, right?
Oh, sure. Because money just falls from trees for some people.
Thanks for understanding, buddy. Put it all on Leo's tab.
And here I am counting coins to pay for a sandwich.
Speaking of trees, did you ever hear that if you throw nickels in the air, they grow legs and run away to form an army of coin soldiers? But then again, maybe it was just a strange dream I had. After eating an entire wheel of cheese.
Manfred, what kind of cheese induces dreams like that?
The kind you should avoid at all costs. Or better yet, let Nick pay for it since he loves spending so much.
Maybe instead of throwing nickels around we can test our luck with dimes or quarters?
Ah, yes. A great way to find their generals and admirals. Let's gather them together before your next cheesy adventure.
You know what? I bet you all that I can go a whole week without looking at my phone.
As if. You wouldn't last a day.
Well, considering you use it to call your mom like 20 times a day, I'm not too worried about losing this bet.
Oh, speaking of calling moms, did I tell you guys about the time I accidentally but dialed my ex-boyfriend during our first date with someone new?
Wait, let's rewind. Why are we betting on who can go longest without using their phones?
Yeah, Kelly, what made you come up with this idea?
Well, I realized that I spend way too much time scrolling through social media and ignoring real-life conversations. So whoever goes the longest gets to choose where we go for our next night out.
Tempting. Alright, fine. Count me in.
Me too. It'll be nice to challenge ourselves and detox from technology for a bit.
So, I heard you guys went to that new escape room in town.
Oh yeah, we did. But Kelly here panicked and started pulling on the fire alarm.
Sounds like a typical Friday night for her.
It was so embarrassing. We had to reveal ourselves hiding under the table.
Hey, it's not my fault those handcuffs looked real.
Relax, Kelly. You're just being your charming self.
Speaking of charm, do you want to hear how I got out of paying our parking ticket?
Please don't tell me you flirted with the parking officer.
Not only that, I convinced him there was a secret map hidden inside his hat.
You know, I've been thinking about getting a pet lately. Something to keep me company and liven up the place. Maybe a dog or a cat, something that doesn't require too much effort on my part.
Oh, come on, Leo. That's so basic. Why don't you get an exotic animal? Like a snake, or better yet, a toucan. Just imagine it. It'll be such a conversation starter when people come over.
No way, guys. Have you ever considered the potential dangers of having such animals at home? 1 minute you're enjoying life with your toucan, and the next minute you've got venomous snakes and tarantulas running around. It's like inviting trouble in. Trust me, just stick with something simple, perhaps even fake. The worst that could happen is someone mistakes it for real and gets spooked.
Wait, are we seriously considering getting fake pets now? Honestly, Kelly, sometimes your gut instincts are just downright strange.
But I have to admit, there's something weirdly appealing about having a room full of lifelike stuffed animals. I mean, think of all the practical jokes we can pull off.
I was thinking of taking a pottery class, but I've never even touched clay before. What do you guys think?
Why not? You could be the next Michelangelo of pottery. A true prodigy just waiting to be discovered.
Nick's joking aside, it's alright to try new things, Kelly. But maybe start with something less messy if you're unsure about it.
Oh, come on, Leo. Life is all about making messes and then trying our best to clean them up without breaking stuff, like people's hearts.
That's one way to look at it. But seriously, Kelly, don't dive into something headfirst without giving it some thought.
Yeah, you're probably right. Maybe I'll take a painting class instead. Or better yet, maybe cooking. How hard can that be?
As long as you promise not to burn down your apartment, or any neighboring ones for that matter.
Just take your time and pick the right class, one that genuinely interests you and won't turn into another abandoned hobby.
Leo, I've been doing some research, and did you know that if you eat a seed from a watermelon, a whole watermelon won't grow inside your stomach?
Wow, Kelly. What groundbreaking research. Next thing you'll tell me is that if you don't go to bed at night, the sun won't rise in the morning.
Hey now, don't make fun of my fact-checking skills. Speaking of which, did you also know that sneezing too hard can fracture your rib cage?
Is this leading up to something, or are you just trying to prove how weird the human body is?
Actually, I'm trying to convince Nick Sterling over there that it's better to be safe than sorry when it comes to health.
Good luck with that. Nick doesn't strike me as someone who cares about anything other than his own amusement.
Yeah, but maybe he'll listen if we tell him that holding in a sneeze could cause serious damage.
Knowing Nick, he'd probably try to prove us wrong by making himself sneeze on command until he breaks all his ribs. Dear Internet, have you ever found yourself staring at a ketchup bottle, wondering why it's so difficult to get the dang condiment out? I mean, it's supposed to be easy, just give it a little shake and voila. But no, we have to stand there for minutes tapping the bottom of the bottle like we're trying to win a game of Simon Says. And don't get me started on those pesky blackheads. Why do they even exist? Do they serve any purpose other than causing us grief? I bet if we asked an evolutionary biologist, they would say something cryptic about natural selection and adaptation. But really, can't we just evolve past the need for them? Now let's talk about unicorns. We all know they're not real, or are they? What if they were hiding in plain sight this whole time? Maybe that horse down the street with a strangely shaped horn is actually a unicorn in disguise. But seriously, folks, wouldn't life be more interesting if these things were possible? Instead of mundane tasks like unclogging drains and doing laundry, we could be chasing unicorns while enjoying perfectly flowing ketchup bottles. Yours truly, Leo Borges.
I don't know if I can handle another failed date. The last one was bad enough.
Failed dates? Try being me, always in debt for the fancy dinners I order on someone else's dime.
That's not something to brag about, Nick.
Speaking of dating gone wrong, have you guys ever had someone break up with you over text message?
No way. That's cold-blooded.
Tell me about it. At least have the decency to do it in person.
Or just ghost them like a normal person.
Ghosting is cruel too, Nick. You should at least give them closure.
Closure? That's rich coming from you, Leo. How many times have you left a girl hanging?
Can we please talk about something other than failed relationships and financial irresponsibility?
Fair point, Kelly. Let's change the subject.
You know, I tried organizing my wardrobe by color once. It was like a rainbow threw up in there.
Yeah, and I bet it still looked better than most of your outfits.
Hey, at least when you're looking for something to wear, it's easy to find the perfect shade of I don't care. Besides, how do you even find anything in that dark abyss you call a closet?
Trust me, I've mastered the art of diving headfirst into chaos. It's kind of my thing.
And yet here we are, still dealing with your ridiculous antics. Can you believe Miranda got that promotion over me? I worked twice as hard as she does.